Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, she didn't have kids, but the previous tenants left the monitor behind. One night, it lit up on its own. The screen showed a man standing at the foot of a crib. When she checked the spare room, the crib was still gone, but a single handprint was pressed into the carpet. Emma Wilder had always been drawn to quiet places. Growing up in the outskirts of Burlington, Vermont, she preferred the whisper of pine trees to the chatter of classmates. By 32, she had carved out a life that suited her particular temperament, working remotely as a medical transcriptionist, adopting 2 rescue cats, and finally moving into her first standalone rental home on Lakeside Avenue, just 3 blocks from Lake Champlain. The one-story Craftsman had been previously occupied by the Morrisons, a young couple with a newborn who had relocated to Colorado for work. Emma had met them briefly during the final walkthrough in September 2019. They seemed hurried, almost nervous, as they handed over the keys. "You might find some things we missed," Mrs. Morrison had said, avoiding eye contact. "Just toss whatever you don't want." Emma found several items in the weeks that followed: oven mitts tucked in a drawer, a forgotten umbrella in the hall closet, and most notably, a baby monitor still plugged into an outlet in what would become her home office. It was a simple model with a camera unit and a portable receiver screen. Emma had placed it in a box of miscellaneous items, intending to donate it eventually. Winter in Vermont came early that year. By mid-November, the temperature had dropped below freezing, and the sun disappeared by 4:30 each afternoon. Emma settled into a routine of working late, often until midnight, with only the glow of her computer screen and the occasional movement of her cats, Margot and Finn, to break the stillness of the house. On November 28th, Thanksgiving night, Emma worked later than usual, catching up on files after spending the day with her sister's family in Montpelier. The house felt particularly empty after the warmth and noise of the holiday gathering. Around 1:15 a.m., as she was preparing for bed, she heard a soft electrical hum from her office. The baby monitor receiver, which had remained unplugged in the donation box since she moved in, was illuminated. Its screen showed static at first, then cleared to reveal the image of a nursery, cream-colored walls, a mobile hanging from the ceiling, and the edge of what appeared to be a crib. Emma froze, her hand halfway to the device. There was no nursery in her house. The Morrisons had taken their baby furniture with them. As she watched, a shadow moved across the screen. Then, with shocking clarity, a man appeared in the frame. He stood at what would be the foot of the crib, looking down. He wore a dark hoodie, and though his face was mostly in shadow, Emma could make out a beard and the glint of glasses. He remained motionless for several seconds, then slowly reached a hand toward the crib. Emma dropped the receiver. It clattered to the floor, the screen going dark on impact. Her heart hammered in her chest as she fumbled for her phone, ready to call 911, but hesitated. What would she say? That an unplugged baby monitor had somehow shown her a man in a nursery that didn't exist. Instead, she gathered her courage and walked to the spare room, the room that would have been the Morrison baby's nursery. She flipped on the light switch and scanned the now empty space that contained only her desk, a bookshelf, and a filing cabinet. No crib, no cream-colored walls, just the pale blue paint she had chosen herself. As she was about to leave, something caught her eye. In the center of the carpet, where the crib would have stood based on the indentations still visible in the carpet padding, was a single, perfect handprint, much larger than a child's, pressed into the carpet fibers, as if someone had leaned heavily on that exact spot. Emma backed out of the room and locked the door. She spent the night on her couch, cats huddled protectively against her, the sounds of the house's settling wood and pipes taking on new, sinister meanings in the darkness. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, Emma convinced herself she had fallen asleep at her desk and dreamed the entire incident. The handprint was gone, or perhaps had never been there. The baby monitor remained dark and silent in its box. She carried on with her weekend, grocery shopping, and catching up on laundry, pushing the unsettling memory away. Until Sunday night, when Detective Marcus Dawson from the Burlington Police Department knocked on her door. "Ms. Wilder, I'm sorry to bother you on a Sunday," he said, badge in hand. "We're investigating a series of break-ins in the neighborhood, and we're speaking with all residents. Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Emma hesitated, the memory of the baby monitor flashing in her mind, but she simply shook her head. "Nothing specific, no." Detective Dawson nodded, making a note in his small black notebook. "The intruder seems to target homes previously occupied by families with infants. They don't take anything valuable, just spend time in the children's rooms. We believe they may be using baby monitors to survey the homes first." Emma felt her blood run cold. "The previous tenants here had a baby," she heard herself say. "They left a monitor behind." Dawson's expression changed subtly. "May I see it?" Emma retrieved the box from her office, noticing with increasing unease that the receiver was now plugged in again, though the screen remained dark. She explained what had happened Thursday night, feeling foolish as the words left her mouth, but Dawson listened without judgment. "We should take this as evidence," he said finally, "and I'd like to have a team check your spare room. The pattern we're seeing is concerning." The investigation revealed that the Morrisons had not moved to Colorado at all. They had fled to a relative's home in Massachusetts after experiencing similar phenomena, their baby monitor showing a stranger in their child's room when no one was there. More disturbing was what the police found when they lifted the carpet in Emma's spare room, a small trapdoor leading to a crawl space that ran beneath the entire house. Inside, they discovered a sleeping bag, food wrappers, and several notebooks filled with detailed observations of the home's previous and current occupants. The entries about Emma were particularly chilling, noting her schedule when she went to bed and which windows she left unlocked. In the weeks that followed, similar findings emerged in 7 homes across Burlington and South Burlington. All had previously been occupied by families with infants who had moved away suddenly. All new occupants reported strange occurrences with electronic devices, particularly baby monitors and security cameras. The case broke when police apprehended Martin Keyes, a 43-year-old former security system installer, attempting to access a crawl space in a home just 2 blocks from Emma's. Keyes had been monitoring families through their own devices for years, carefully selecting homes with certain architectural features that allowed for hidden access points. During his interrogation, Keyes revealed an obsession with watching over infants that had begun after the death of his own child years earlier. He claimed he never intended harm, he just wanted to be near them while they slept. The baby monitor Emma had seen hadn't shown a nursery that no longer existed. It had shown a different nursery entirely, in another home Keyes was monitoring simultaneously. The cross signal had been an accident. Emma Wilder never spent another night in the Craftsman house. She moved to a 3rd-floor apartment downtown with no crawl spaces, no attics, and no basement. She disabled the cameras on her laptop and phone, covered them with tape just to be sure. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, she still wakes to the phantom sound of electronic static, certain that somewhere someone is watching. The Burlington Police Department ultimately connected Keys to 12 homes across 3 counties. In each one, he had created a hidden surveillance point, establishing what the press called nests. What they couldn't determine was how many homes he had visited before establishing these long-term hiding places, or whether he had accomplices who remained unidentified. Emma still works as a medical transcriptionist, still prefers quiet to noise. But now she leaves the lights on at night and her cats sleep on either side of her pillow, alert to the smallest sounds in the darkness. And sometimes when she passes homes with "for rent" signs in her new neighborhood, she wonders about the families who lived there before and why they really left. Sometimes she wonders who might be watching them now. Crime 2, they bought the property for the land, but inside a locked shed they found rows of the same shoe, left foot only, lined up perfectly, each with a name tag. All but one were scratched out. The last one read, "Reserved." The Mendoza family had been looking for a country property for almost 2 years. Eliza, a pediatric nurse at St. Vincent's Hospital in Burlington, Vermont, wanted a place where her children could experience the same kind of rural childhood she had growing up in Montana. Her husband, Daniel, a software engineer who worked remotely, agreed that escaping the digital confines of urban living might benefit their family. When the listing for the old Whitaker farm appeared online in October 2022, something about it immediately caught Eliza's attention. Perhaps it was the rolling hills that stretched behind the modest farmhouse, or the small pond that reflected the autumn trees in the realtor photos. The price was remarkably reasonable for 12 acres with a house, even considering its remote location 15 miles outside of town. The property hasn't been lived in for almost 3 years, the realtor, Mrs. Palmer, explained as she guided them down the gravel driveway. Old Mr. Whitaker moved to assisted living after his wife passed. Their children live out west and just want to sell it now that he's gone too. The farmhouse itself needed work, peeling paint, a sagging porch, outdated appliances from the early 1990s. But the bones were good, and Daniel had always enjoyed renovation projects. "What's in that building?" Eliza had asked, pointing to a small structure about 50 yards behind the house. Unlike the weathered red barn and the dilapidated chicken coop, this outbuilding was painted a pristine white, with a new-looking padlock securing its door. "Just a storage shed," Mrs. Palmer replied a little too quickly. "I don't have the key, I'm afraid. The family said it just contains old farm equipment." Later, when Mrs. Palmer stepped away to take a phone call, Daniel whispered to Eliza, "Did you notice how she wouldn't look at that shed when she talked about it?" 2 weeks later, the Mendozas closed on the property. The price had dropped another $15,000 after their inspection revealed the need for a new septic system. The family was ecstatic despite the work ahead. 11-year-old Sophie already planning her horseback riding lessons, 8-year-old Mateo claiming the attic bedroom as his command center. The previous owners had left behind most of the furniture, kitchen items, and various farm implements. The key to the white shed, however, was conspicuously absent from the ring of keys handed over at closing. "I'll get bolt cutters tomorrow," Daniel told Eliza on their first night in the house. Probably nothing interesting in there anyway. That night, Eliza woke at 3:17 a.m. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of settling wood. She went to check on the children, finding both soundly asleep. Returning to the master bedroom, she paused at the window. In the moonlight, the white shed seemed to glow against the dark backdrop of trees. For a moment, she thought she saw movement, a shadow passing by one of the small windows, but she blinked and nothing was there. The next day, Daniel drove to the hardware store in town. While selecting various supplies, he struck up a conversation with the elderly clerk. "Just moved into the old Whitaker place," Daniel mentioned casually. The clerk's hand paused mid-scan. "That's so, nice piece of land." "It is. Curious about that white shed out back, though. Don't have a key for it." The clerk resumed scanning, his eyes fixed on the items. Whitaker was a strange one, kept to himself mostly, especially after his daughter disappeared back in '98. "His daughter disappeared?" Daniel asked, suddenly alert. "Marlene, lovely girl, about 20 when it happened, just didn't come home one day. Police never found anything conclusive." The clerk bagged Daniel's items with deliberate care. Some folks thought Whitaker knew more than he let on, but nothing was ever proven. When Daniel returned home, he found Eliza in the kitchen unpacking boxes of dishes. Without preamble, he shared what he'd learned in town. The clerk seemed uncomfortable talking about it, Daniel concluded, and he changed the subject when I asked about the shed specifically. They decided to open the shed immediately. Daniel retrieved the bolt cutters from his truck, and together they walked across the overgrown lawn. The padlock was sturdy, newer than anything else on the property, but it gave way with a satisfying snap under the pressure of the bolt cutters. The door creaked open, releasing a wave of stale air. Daniel pulled the chain for an overhead bulb, which flickered reluctantly to life, casting a weak yellow glow over the interior. What they saw made no immediate sense. Along 3 walls of the shed, simple wooden shelves had been installed. On these shelves, arranged with obsessive precision, were shoes. Left shoes only, women's shoes, all the same style, beige pumps with a modest heel, size 7. Eliza counted 23 of them. Each shoe had a small paper tag attached to it by a string. On each tag was handwritten a woman's name. Sarah, Eliza read aloud, moving along the shelves. Jennifer, Rebecca, Donna, Andrea. Daniel stood motionless in the center of the shed. "Look," he finally said, pointing to the tags. "Most of them have been scratched out." Indeed, 22 of the 23 names had been crossed through with what appeared to be a thick black marker. Only the last shoe's tag remained pristine. It bore no name, only the word "reserved" in the same meticulous handwriting. "We should call the police," Eliza whispered, backing toward the door. Within an hour, Sheriff Leland Prescott arrived with 2 deputies. A tall man with graying temples and tired eyes, Sheriff Prescott had been with the Burlington County Sheriff's Department for 27 years. "I knew Theodore Whitaker," he told the Mendozas as his deputies photographed the shed's contents. "Quiet man, lost his wife to cancer in 2019. Before that, the family tragedy was his daughter Marlene." "We heard about that," Daniel said. "She disappeared." The sheriff nodded. March 14, 1998, 25 years old, worked as a receptionist at a dental office in town. One Friday, she didn't come home. Her car was found at the grocery store parking lot, but security cameras didn't catch anything unusual. No signs of struggle, no witnesses. "And these shoes," Eliza gestured toward the shed. "That's new to me," Sheriff Prescott admitted. "Theodore never let anyone near this shed, far as I know. Even during the initial investigation, we didn't have cause to search it. Nothing pointed to him." By nightfall, the sheriff's department had removed all 23 shoes for evidence. Crime scene technicians had dusted for fingerprints and collected samples from the shed's dirt floor. "We'll need to check these names against missing persons cases," Sheriff Prescott explained. "Though they could be nothing, maybe some strange collection or a memorial of some kind." But something in his voice suggested he didn't believe that. Over the next 3 days, the Mendozas tried to continue unpacking and settling in, but an unspoken tension filled the house. Mateo complained of bad dreams. Sophie refused to walk to the bus stop alone. Eliza found herself checking the locks 3 times before bed. On the 4th day, Sheriff Prescott returned. His face was grim. "We've made some preliminary matches," he said, sitting at the Mendoza's kitchen table. 17 of the 22 scratched-out names correspond to women who went missing in a 5-state area between 1992 and 2019. Eliza felt her stomach drop. All unsolved cases. Yes, various ages, occupations, backgrounds. The only consistent factor is that they all disappeared without a trace. No bodies ever found. Daniel leaned forward. "What about the shoe without a name, the reserved one?" The sheriff's expression darkened further. "That's why I'm here. We found numerous fingerprints in the shed. Most belonged to Theodore Whitaker as expected. But on the reserved shoe, we found fresh prints that don't match Whitaker. They don't match either of you either." "Someone else has been in that shed," Eliza whispered. "Recently," the sheriff confirmed, "and there's more. We found a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards. Inside was a key to a storage unit in Burlington. We obtained a warrant and opened it yesterday." He paused, seeming to consider how much to share. "We found personal effects, clothing, jewelry, driver's licenses that appear to belong to several of the missing women whose names were on those shoes. And we found photographs." The sheriff pulled out his phone, hesitated, then showed them a single image. Theodore Whitaker standing next to a younger man with piercing eyes and a slight smile. The photograph appeared to be about 10 years old. "Do you recognize this younger man?" Sheriff Prescott asked. Both Mendozas shook their heads. "His name is Patrick Whitaker, Theodore's nephew. He lived here on and off through his 20s. We're trying to locate him now." 2 days later, the story broke in the local news. By the end of the week, it had gone national. The left shoe killer, they called it, though no bodies had yet been found. Teams with cadaver dogs began methodically searching the Whitaker property. The Mendozas moved into a hotel in Burlington. The children were withdrawn from school temporarily. Eliza took a leave of absence from the hospital. Sheriff Prescott kept them updated. Patrick Whitaker had been located in Oregon, working as a landscaper under a slightly altered name. When authorities attempted to bring him in for questioning, he fled. A manhunt was underway. 3 weeks after the discovery in the shed, Daniel received a call from Sheriff Prescott. "We've found something," the sheriff said. "I think you and Eliza should come to the station." At the sheriff's office, they were shown to a private conference room. On the table lay a single manila envelope. "This was delivered to the department this morning," Sheriff Prescott explained. "No return address, postmarked Portland, Oregon." Inside the envelope was a note and a photograph. The note, written in the same meticulous handwriting as the shoe tags, read simply, "She had lovely feet, perfect for the collection, reserved for EM." The photograph showed their house, the Mendoza family's new home, taken from the edge of the property. In the foreground, visible through the kitchen window, was Eliza making dinner. Sheriff Prescott slid another document across the table. This is the ownership history of the property. Theodore Whitaker bought it in 1991 from the previous owners. Daniel scanned the page, then looked up sharply. The property was originally owned by the Mendoza family, no relation to us. Maria Mendoza, the sheriff confirmed, disappeared in 1992, the first name crossed off on a shoe tag. Eliza's hands began to tremble. She whispered. Eliza Mendoza. 2 months later, Patrick Whitaker was found dead in a motel room in Northern California, an apparent suicide. A journal recovered from his possessions detailed his apprenticeship under his uncle Theodore, beginning when Patrick was just 16. The journal revealed locations across the Whitaker property and 3 neighboring counties where remains might be found. Recovery efforts were ongoing, bringing closure to some families while opening old wounds. The Mendozas never returned to live at the property. They sold it at a loss to a developer who promptly demolished all structures and divided the land into smaller lots. Eliza still wakes sometimes at 3:17 a.m. thinking about that pristine white shed and the shoe marked reserved. Daniel installed an elaborate security system in their new home in Massachusetts. Sophie and Mateo share a room now by choice. And sometimes when checking the mail, Eliza feels a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, the feeling of being watched. She tells herself it's just trauma, the lingering effects of their brush with a decades-long nightmare. But occasionally, when sorting through the day's delivery, she'll find an unmarked envelope. Inside, there's never anything but a blank sheet of paper, the same creamy color as the tags once attached to those left shoes. Sheriff Prescott assures her they're still looking for accomplices. The investigation remains open. For now, Eliza keeps her shoes in pairs, always checking that nothing is missing. She knows that somewhere, someone might still be saving a place for her. Reserve. Crime 3, she'd never seen it before in real life, but she knew every hallway, every creaking stair. When the realtor asked if she had questions, she just said, "Where's the mirror?" He paused. There wasn't one listed on the floor plan. Elizabeth Caldwell had always been described as having an old soul. Growing up in the small town of Millwood, Connecticut, she was the kind of child who preferred solitude to playground games. Her mother, Diane, often found her daughter sitting quietly in her room, drawing houses with remarkable detail for a 7-year-old. Houses with wraparound porches, gabled windows, and spiral staircases, places that existed only in Elizabeth's mind. Or so everyone thought. By the time Elizabeth reached her late 20s, she had built a modest but successful career as a freelance graphic designer. She lived alone in a small apartment in Hartford, kept few friends, and called her mother every Sunday evening at precisely 7:30 p.m. Those who knew Elizabeth described her as intensely private but unfailingly polite, the type of person who would remember your birthday but never invite you into her home. She had this presence about her, recalled Sarah Nichols, who had worked with Elizabeth on several design projects, like she was physically there but mentally somewhere else entirely, somewhere far away. In March of 2018, Elizabeth began having what she called the house dreams. Night after night, she would find herself wandering through the same Victorian home, tracing her fingers along wainscoting in a dining room, climbing carpeted stairs that creaked on the seventh step, or standing before a peculiar oval mirror at the end of the upstairs hallway. The dreams were vivid, consistent, and left Elizabeth with an inexplicable longing upon waking. After 3 months of these recurring dreams, Elizabeth began searching real estate listings across New England. She told no one about this quest, not even her mother. Her search history revealed hundreds of hours spent on property websites, scrolling through thousands of historic homes. Then on June 17th, she found it. The Victorian house at 1423 Elm Street in the sleepy coastal town of Somerset, Maine, was listed as a charming fixer-upper with original features. The online listing showed only exterior photos and a few shots of the downstairs rooms, but Elizabeth recognized it immediately. She called the realtor that same day and arranged to view the property. She seemed almost in a trance when she arrived, recalled James Woodacre, the real estate agent who showed Elizabeth the house. Most clients ask about the foundation, the roof, the plumbing, but she walked around like she already knew the place. Then she asked about some mirror that wasn't even mentioned in the listing. Elizabeth made an offer that afternoon, the full asking price, which was unusual for a property that had been sitting on the market for over 2 years. The offer was accepted, and Elizabeth arranged to move in by August 1st. The last call Elizabeth made to her mother was on July 29, 2018. The conversation lasted exactly 12 minutes, according to phone records. Diane Caldwell would later tell investigators that her daughter sounded happier than I'd heard her in years, speaking excitedly about finally finding the place where she belonged. That was the last time anyone heard from Elizabeth Caldwell. When Elizabeth failed to call on the following Sunday evening, Diane wasn't immediately concerned. Moving was stressful, and Elizabeth had mentioned the rural property might have spotty cell service. But after 3 days of unanswered calls and texts, Diane contacted the Somerset Police Department to request a welfare check. Officer Ray Mendoza was the first to arrive at 1423 Elm Street on August 6th. His body camera footage, later reviewed during the investigation, showed a property that appeared both lived in and oddly vacant at the same time. Front doors unlocked, Officer Mendoza noted into his radio as he entered. The footage captured a pristine entryway, no moving boxes, no disarray, nothing to suggest someone had recently moved in. And yet there were signs of occupancy, a coffee mug on the kitchen counter, still half full, a laptop open on the dining room table, Elizabeth's purse hanging on a hook by the door, containing her wallet, keys, and phone. But there was no sign of Elizabeth herself. As Officer Mendoza climbed the stairs, the seventh step creaked loudly under his weight. At the top of the staircase, the footage showed a long hallway with 4 doors, 3 bedrooms, and 1 bathroom, all empty. But at the end of the hall hung an oval mirror in an ornate wooden frame, exactly where Elizabeth had expected to find it. The initial search revealed nothing suspicious, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of violence, no indication that Elizabeth had planned to leave. Her car was parked in the garage. Her clothing hung neatly in the closet. Her medication sat on the bathroom counter. Elizabeth Caldwell had simply vanished. In the days that followed, the Somerset police expanded their search to the surrounding area. Volunteers combed the woods behind the property. Divers searched the nearby lake. Dogs tracked Elizabeth's scent to the end of the driveway before losing it entirely, as if she had been picked up by a vehicle or had somehow disappeared into thin air. As the investigation deepened, bizarre details began to emerge. The previous owners of the house, an elderly couple named Robert and Martha Sinclair, had sold the property after living there for just 3 months. When contacted by police, they appeared reluctant to discuss their brief stay. Some houses just don't want certain people in them, Martha eventually offered, refusing to elaborate further. Then there was the matter of Elizabeth's drawings. When Diane Caldwell arrived in Somerset to assist with the search, she brought a box of her daughter's childhood artwork, dozens of drawings of houses that bore an uncanny resemblance to 1423 Elm Street, created years before Elizabeth could have possibly seen the property. "She's been drawing this place since she was 7 years old," Diane told Detective Laura Simmons, the lead investigator on the case. "How is that possible?" Perhaps the most disturbing discovery came 6 weeks into the investigation, when Detective Simmons reviewed the security footage from a gas station 2 miles from Elizabeth's house. The grainy video showed Elizabeth at 3:17 a.m. on August 2nd, 3 days after her last phone call with her mother. She was walking barefoot along the highway, wearing what appeared to be a nightgown, her expression blank and unresponsive as cars passed by. The footage showed her walking north for approximately 2 minutes before moving out of the camera's range. No other cameras in the area captured her movements after that point. The oval mirror became a point of particular interest to investigators when records revealed it wasn't part of the original house. According to renovation documents filed with the Historical Society, the mirror had been installed in 1967 by the home's then owner, Dr. William Hargrove, a psychologist known for his controversial research into dream states and consciousness. When authorities tried to locate Dr. Hargrove for questioning, they discovered he had died in 1994. His research notes, however, were stored in the archives at the University of Maine. Detective Simmons spent 3 days reviewing the material, most of which focused on what Hargrove called resonant spaces, physical locations that could allegedly call to certain sensitive individuals across time and space. In his final journal entry, dated January 15, 1994, 3 days before his death, Hargrove had written, "The mirror is complete, the connection established. It waits now for the one who dreams of this place, the one who has always belonged here." As months passed with no further leads, the investigation gradually lost momentum. Elizabeth's case remained open but inactive, one of thousands of unexplained disappearances that occur in America each year. Diane Caldwell refused to sell her daughter's house, paying the property taxes and visiting every few months to maintain it. The oval mirror remained hanging at the end of the upstairs hallway, its surface gathering dust. 3 years after Elizabeth's disappearance, Diane made a discovery that would reignite public interest in the case. While cleaning Elizabeth's bedroom, she found a journal wedged between the mattress and box spring, a journal no investigator had previously uncovered. The final entry, dated August 1st, 2018, read, "I understand now why the house has been calling me all these years. I'm not meant to live here, I'm meant to return here. The mirror shows me the way back to where I truly exist. If anyone finds this, please know I wasn't taken. I'm finally going home." To this day, Elizabeth Caldwell remains listed as a missing person. Her disappearance has spawned countless theories, from mundane explanations involving mental health crises to elaborate supernatural narratives that fascinate internet sleuths. The house at 1423 Elm Street still stands, maintained but uninhabited. Local residents claim that sometimes, on quiet nights, lights can be seen moving from room to room, though the electricity has long been disconnected. And at the end of the upstairs hallway, the oval mirror continues to hang, reflecting an empty corridor that some say isn't always empty if you look at just the right angle, at just the right time of night. The question that haunts those familiar with the case isn't just what happened to Elizabeth Caldwell. It's whether she found what she was looking for when she finally stepped into the house that had lived in her dreams for so long. Crime 4, it was buried in the attic beneath old holiday decorations, a thick leather album, pages stiff with glue. Each page featured photos of women smiling unaware. But every face was hers. Different clothes, different ages. All hers. Laura Dixon had always been drawn to the small Victorian houses of Oakwood Heights, a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of Salem, Massachusetts. When the charming blue house on Willow Street went up for sale in October 2019, she didn't hesitate. At 34, with a stable job as a librarian at the county's main branch, Laura was ready to put down roots. The neighbors seemed pleasant enough. Mrs. Peterson across the street brought over a homemade apple pie on moving day. The young couple next door, the Millers, invited her to their Halloween party. And then there was Mr. Harmon Robert, a soft-spoken widower in his early 60s who lived in the gray house at the end of the block. "Let me know if you need any help settling in," he'd offered, dropping by one afternoon with a potted plant. "I've lived here for nearly 40 years, know all the quirks of these old houses." Laura had thanked him, noting his gentle manner and the way his eyes never quite met hers. In the months that followed, Laura fell into a comfortable routine. Weekdays at the library, Saturday mornings at the farmer's market, Sunday afternoons reading in her garden when weather permitted. She began renovating the house room by room, starting with the kitchen. Friends commented on how content she seemed. "This place suits you," her best friend Megan remarked during a visit that spring. "You seem at peace here." Laura agreed. She did feel at peace until the dreams began. They started 6 months after she moved in. Dreams of being watched, of curtains moving when there was no breeze, of footsteps on the stairs when she was alone in the house. She'd wake with her heart pounding, certain there had been someone standing at the foot of her bed. "Old houses make noise," her friend Megan assured her over coffee. "They settle." Laura nodded, sipping her latte. "You're right, I'm just being silly." But then came the morning she found the upstairs bathroom window unlocked. She was certain she'd checked it the night before. She always did, methodically moving through the house before bed. And there was the missing earring she eventually found in the hallway, though she distinctly remembered placing it in her jewelry box. Small things easily explained away until the photos. It began with an envelope in her mailbox. No stamp, no return address, just her name written in neat block letters. Inside was a photograph of her walking out of the library, taken from across the street. The date stamp in the corner was from 3 days earlier. Laura's hands trembled as she turned the photo over. Nothing, no message, no explanation. She called the police, who sent over Officer Martinez, a young woman with sympathetic eyes who took notes and promised to increase patrols in the area. "Probably just kids," Officer Martinez suggested, "but let us know if you receive anything else." A week passed, then another envelope, this time with a photo of Laura at the grocery store examining apples. The angle suggested it had been taken by someone standing very close to her. After the third photo, Laura reading in her garden, taken from what must have been Mr. Harmon's yard, Officer Martinez brought her partner, Detective Wilson, a middle-aged man with tired eyes who asked more pointed questions. Anyone showing unusual interest in you lately? Ex-boyfriends, co-workers? Laura shook her head. No one. Detective Wilson studied the photos again. Someone's clearly watching you, Ms. Dixon. Is there anyone in the neighborhood who makes you uncomfortable? Laura hesitated, thinking of Robert Harmon's averted gaze. My neighbor, maybe, but he's been nothing but kind. The detective made a note. Robert Harmon will have a chat with him. 2 days later, Detective Wilson called her. Mr. Harmon checks out. He's lived here for decades, no record, well respected in the community. Said he hasn't noticed anyone suspicious around your property, but he'll keep an eye out. The photos stopped after that. Summer turned to fall, and Laura began to relax again. She convinced herself it had been, as Officer Martinez suggested, just neighborhood kids playing a prank. Then came the storm. In late November, a nor'easter hit the coast. Rain lashed against Laura's windows as wind howled through the trees. Power lines came down across the neighborhood. By evening, the house was dark and growing cold. Laura built a fire in the living room fireplace and wrapped herself in blankets, listening to the storm rage outside. As lightning flashed, illuminating the room in brief, stark bursts, she noticed a shadow move across her backyard. Heart racing, she called 911, but the dispatcher explained that emergency services were overwhelmed with the storm. An officer would come when possible, but it might be hours. Another flash of lightning, another glimpse of movement outside. Laura grabbed a flashlight in her phone, retreating upstairs to her bedroom where she pushed a dresser against the door. Thunder cracked overhead, making the house shudder. In that moment, Laura heard it, the unmistakable sound of the back door opening. Footsteps on the stairs, slow, measured, familiar from her dreams. Police are on their way, she shouted, though she knew help was far off. Silence, then a voice, soft and unnerving. They won't get here in time, Laura. The doorknob turned, met resistance from the dresser. A shoulder pressed against the wood, pushing. The dresser began to slide. Laura frantically searched the room for a weapon, finding only a heavy crystal paperweight on her nightstand. She gripped it tightly as the gap widened. A hand reached through, then an arm. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the face of Robert Harmon, his eyes no longer averted but fixed on her with terrible intensity. I've been watching you for so long, he whispered. Laura swung the paperweight, catching him across the temple. He stumbled backward. She pushed past him, racing down the stairs and out into the storm, rain soaking her instantly as she ran toward the miller's house next door. The police arrived 30 minutes later, finding Laura huddled with the young couple in their living room. Officers entered her house, guns drawn, but found no one. Robert Harmon's house, when they checked it, was empty as well. What they did find in Harmon's attic beneath boxes of Christmas decorations was the scrapbook, a thick leather album filled with photographs spanning decades, women of different ages in different settings. But upon closer inspection, a pattern emerged. All bore a striking resemblance to Laura. And as detectives dug deeper, they discovered the truth. Each woman had lived in Laura's house before her. Each had disappeared without explanation. Some had been declared missing, their cases gone cold. Others had simply moved away, according to neighbors, though no forwarding addresses were ever found. Further search of Harmon's house revealed hidden spaces in the walls containing personal effects from each woman, jewelry, locks of hair, handwritten letters that had never been sent. But of Robert Harmon himself there was no trace. He vanished that stormy night, leaving behind only his obsession, preserved in the pages of that terrible book. Laura never returned to the blue house on Willow Street. Reports say she moved across the country, changed her name. The house stands empty now, its blue paint slowly peeling away. Sometimes neighbors say on stormy nights they see a figure at the window watching the street, waiting. And in small towns across the country, quiet widowers have moved into houses at the ends of tree-lined blocks, introducing themselves to new neighbors with potted plants and offers of help. Always noticing the women who live alone. Always watching. Always collecting faces for a book no one will find until it's too late. Crime 5, she bought the place fully furnished, including the deep freezer in the garage. It was locked tight, sealed with a chain. When she broke it open, the smell was overwhelming. Inside, a taxidermy deer's head and a cell phone that lit up as soon as it hit the light. It had one contact, don't. Megan Collier had always been practical about real estate. At 34, she'd moved enough times to know what mattered: good bones, natural light, and a neighborhood that wouldn't depreciate. The Victorian-style home on Oakwood Lane in Stillwater, Minnesota, checked all those boxes when she toured it in April 2023. The previous owner, a man named Walter Kendrick, had passed away 3 months prior, and his daughter was selling the property from out of state. She wanted a quick sale, furniture included. It's a time capsule, the realtor had said, gesturing to the heavy wooden furniture and outdated wallpaper. But the price reflects that, and hey, you won't need to buy a single thing. Megan appreciated the practicality. She'd take her time redecorating, but having furniture from day one would save her thousands. The paperwork went smoothly, and by June she had the keys. The first few weeks passed in a blur of cleaning and organizing. Walter had been a widower who lived alone for nearly 2 decades after his wife died in 2004. His belongings told the story of a solitary man: shelves of mystery novels, a collection of hand-carved chess pieces, and framed maps of places he'd never visited. It was almost July when Megan finally tackled the detached garage. Unlike the meticulously organized house, the garage was cluttered, tools hanging from pegboards, boxes stacked against walls, and in the corner, a large chest freezer. The white appliance was at least 20 years old, its exterior yellowed with age. But what caught Megan's attention was the heavy chain wrapped around it, secured with a padlock. Guess Walter didn't want anyone stealing his steaks, she joked to herself, making a mental note to call a locksmith. But locksmiths were expensive, and the freezer was probably just full of freezer-burned food. After a week of procrastination, Megan returned to the garage with bolt cutters she'd borrowed from her neighbor. The chain fell away with surprising ease. The seal of the freezer had created a vacuum, and when she finally pried it open, the escaping air carried a scent that made her step back, a musty, chemical odor mixed with something organic and long decayed. The freezer hadn't been running in months. Inside, resting atop a folded tarp, was a taxidermied deer head. Its glass eyes caught the light from the garage door, giving it an eerily lifelike appearance. The preservation work was amateur at best, the fur was patchy, and the expression was wrong somehow, like the taxidermist had never actually seen a deer. "What the hell?" Megan muttered, reaching in to lift the peculiar object. That's when she saw it. Beneath the deer head was an old flip phone, its plastic casing yellowed like the freezer itself. As the sunlight hit it, the screen flickered to life, displaying a low battery symbol. Megan nearly dropped it in surprise. Later, she would tell Detective Harris that this was the moment she should have called someone. But curiosity is a powerful force. The phone's battery lasted just long enough for Megan to navigate to the contacts. There was only one entry, labeled simply, "Don't." No phone number was visible until she selected it. Before she could decide whether to press call, the phone died in her hand. Detective Layla Harris had been with the Stillwater Police Department for 12 years. She specialized in cold cases, the ones that lingered in filing cabinets, waiting for fresh eyes. When Megan Collier walked into the station with an old flip phone and a story about a locked freezer, Harris recognized the familiar pull of something that didn't add up. "So you charged the phone?" Harris asked, turning the device over in her latex-gloved hands. "Yes," Megan replied. "I was curious, wouldn't you be?" Once charged, the phone had revealed more than just the cryptic contact. There were photos, dozens of them, all of the same wooded area. Some were taken in daylight, others at dusk. In several, there appeared to be a reflection in water, perhaps a lake or pond. No people, no identifiable landmarks, just trees, water, and in one image, what might have been a structure in the distance. "And you said Walter Kendrick owned this house for how long?" Harris asked. "According to the realtor, over 30 years. His wife died about 20 years ago. Cancer, I think." Harris nodded, making notes. "Did you notice anything else unusual about the house? Anything locked or hidden?" Megan thought for a moment. "Now that you mention it, there's a portion of the basement that seems walled off. I assumed it was just the foundation, but it's strange. The dimensions don't quite match the floor above." Within 24 hours, the Stillwater police had obtained a warrant to search the Oakwood Lane property. The media caught wind of the story quickly. Small-town mysteries had a way of spreading, but the details were kept quiet. Only a few knew about the phone with its single ominous contact. What they found in the basement changed everything. Walter Kendrick had been a respected member of the community. He'd worked as a high school biology teacher until retirement, was an active member of his church, and volunteered at the local animal shelter. His neighbors described him as quiet but friendly, the kind of man who would shovel your driveway without being asked, one said. His wife, Eleanor, had been more outgoing, a nurse at the county hospital, known for organizing neighborhood block parties and Christmas cookie exchanges. Her battle with cancer had been brief but brutal, and after her passing, Walter had withdrawn somewhat from community life. "He just seemed lost without her," recalled Mary Jessup, who had lived next door for 25 years. "But I never would have thought, never in a million years." What nobody knew was that Eleanor Kendrick had not died of cancer in 2004. The medical examiner would later determine that the remains found in the walled-off section of the basement belonged to a woman in her mid-50s who had died of blunt force trauma to the head. Dental records confirmed it was Eleanor. More disturbing still was what the forensic team discovered when they examined the taxidermied deer head from the freezer. Hidden inside, replacing what would have been the animal's brain, was a small leather-bound journal. Its pages contained meticulous notes, written in Walter's precise handwriting, documenting 20 years of visits to a location identified only as the pond. The entries were clinical at first. October 14, 2004, visited site, all secure, water level normal. December 25, 2004, brief check, snow covering everything, beautiful in its way. But as the years progressed, the entries became more personal. October 14, 2013, 9th anniversary. Brought flowers, told her about my retirement, almost felt like she could hear me. February 9, 2018, found teenagers near the pond, watched until they left, must be more careful, they cannot know. The final entry was dated just 2 weeks before Walter's death from heart failure. January 3, 2023, I am tired. The doctor says my heart is failing. Perhaps this is justice. I've made arrangements for Ellie's remains. Soon we will both be at peace. But whatever arrangements Walter had made died with him. The journal made reference to a second location, the pond from the photographs, but gave no clear indication of where it might be. The case broke open 6 months later, when a teenager named Jason Mills came forward after seeing a news report about the investigation. In July 2022, Jason and his friends had been exploring an abandoned property near Stillwater Lake when they encountered an elderly man. He wasn't threatening or anything, Jason told Detective Harris. Just said we were on private property and needed to leave, but he seemed really anxious, kept looking over at this small pond on the property. We thought he was just some crazy old dude, but when I saw his picture on the news, it was definitely him. The teacher guy. The property Jason described had once belonged to Alina's parents. After their deaths, it had remained in the Kendrick name but had fallen into disrepair. The small pond on the property was unremarkable, perhaps 50 feet across, surrounded by cattails and marsh grass. When the dive team searched the pond, they found what Walter had been protecting all those years. A waterproof case containing Alina's wedding ring, her nurse's pin, and a letter in Walter's handwriting. The letter was a confession, not just to Alina's murder following an argument about his infidelity, but to a second crime. In the mud at the bottom of the pond, wrapped in chains similar to those that had secured the freezer, they found another set of remains. These belonged to Catherine Wheeler, a nursing colleague of Alina's who had been reported missing in 2003, the woman Walter had been having an affair with. For Megan Collier, the revelation that her home had belonged to a murderer was life-altering. She couldn't bring herself to continue living there and sold the property at a loss. The house on Oakwood Lane now sits empty, a local landmark for all the wrong reasons. As for the mysterious contact in the phone, its purpose was never conclusively determined. The number belonged to a prepaid phone that had never been activated. Detective Harris theorized that Walter had set it up as a reminder to himself, a constant warning not to confess, not to reveal his secrets. In his final days, knowing death was imminent, Walter Kendrick had tried to ensure his secrets would die with him. He had hidden the journal inside the taxidermied deer, amateur work he had done himself shortly after Alina's death. He had locked the freezer and hidden the key. But he had made one critical mistake. He had kept the phone with its photographs of the pond and its single condemning contact. Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to destroy this last link to his crimes, or perhaps, in his own way, he wanted to be discovered. Some secrets refuse to stay buried, no matter how deep the water, no matter how cold the freezer. The residents of Stillwater still talk about Walter Kendrick and the 2 women he silenced. They speculate about what drove a seemingly ordinary man to such extraordinary violence. They wonder if there might be other victims, other secrets. And sometimes, late at night, They drive slowly past the empty house on Oakwood Lane, their headlights illuminating the detached garage where a freezer once held a terrible truth, waiting patiently to be discovered. Crime 6, she flipped the mattress after moving in and found letters scorched into the fabric. It wasn't my idea. Under the bed frame, duct taped to the slats, was a flash drive. It was empty, except for a folder labeled Play Last. Jessica Whitman had always been methodical. Every decision she made was carefully weighed, including her choice to move from Portland to the small town of Millhaven, Minnesota in the winter of 2018. At 32, she was starting over after a difficult divorce. Her new job as a librarian at Millhaven Public Library offered modest pay, but promised the quiet life she craved. The rental on Cedar Street seemed perfect, a small, one-bedroom apartment in a converted Victorian house. The rent was surprisingly affordable. The landlord, a thin, nervous man named Edward Phelps, had been eager to find a tenant. Perhaps too eager, Jessica would later reflect. "It's been empty for almost 8 months," Edward had told her, keys jingling in his pale hands. "The last tenant left abruptly. Some family emergency back east, never even gave notice." Jessica moved in on January 12th, a Saturday marked by light snowfall that dusted Millhaven like powdered sugar. She spent that first day arranging her bookshelves and unpacking kitchen items, postponing bedroom setup until Sunday. The previous tenant had left behind an old queen-sized mattress that Edward insisted was practically new. Jessica had planned to replace it eventually, but decided it would suffice for a few nights. That Sunday morning, Jessica stripped the mattress of the freshly laundered sheets she'd put on it the day before. She intended to rotate it, another of her methodical habits. As she lifted one side, she noticed a dark patch on the underside. Curious, she flipped the entire mattress over. The message was burned into the fabric, not haphazardly, but with what must have been careful, deliberate pressure from a heated implement. 5 words that would come to haunt Jessica's dreams. "It wasn't my idea." Jessica ran her fingers over the charred letters. They were deep enough that whoever had created them had pressed hard, possibly using a soldering iron or heated knife. The precision suggested patience, planning. Her first instinct was to call Edward, but something stopped her, an inexplicable urge to investigate further before involving anyone else. She knelt beside the bed and examined the frame. Nothing unusual about the headboard or footboard. She checked underneath, running her hand along the supportive slats. That's when her fingers found it, a small rectangular object secured with silver duct tape to the underside of a wooden slat. A flash drive. Jessica's hands trembled slightly as she peeled away the tape. The drive was black, unmarked, and ordinary. She took it to her laptop in the living room, inserted it, and waited. A single folder appeared on her screen. It contained no files, just a subfolder labeled Play Last. Inside that, a video file, Watch MEMP4. Jessica hesitated, her cursor hovering over the file. The rational part of her mind suggested calling the police immediately. But curiosity, that dangerous human impulse, won out. She clicked play. The video opened to a dimly lit room, this room, her bedroom, but emptier, clearly filmed before she moved in. A woman sat on the edge of the bed, her face partially obscured by long brown hair. She appeared to be in her late 20s, thin, wearing a gray sweatshirt. When she spoke, her voice was surprisingly steady. "My name is Elise Morton. If you're watching this, you found my message. I've been living in this apartment for 11 months. I'm recording this on November 3rd, 2017. The woman, Elise, paused, tucking her hair behind her ear. "I'm not crazy. I need you to believe that." She explained that strange things had begun happening about 2 months after she moved in. Small items disappeared and reappeared in different locations. She would wake to find doors open that she was certain she had closed. Twice, she found muddy footprints in the bathroom that weren't hers. "I changed the locks," Elise continued. Edward seemed annoyed but didn't ask questions. The incident stopped for 3 weeks, then they started again. Elise described finding a man's watch, not hers, on her nightstand one morning. Another day, she discovered all her kitchen knives had been rearranged. She installed a camera, but it revealed nothing. The camera itself vanished 2 days later. "I know how this sounds," Elise said, her composure finally cracking, "but someone has access to this apartment. Someone is coming in while I sleep." She leaned closer to the camera. "And I think it's Edward." Jessica paused the video, her heart racing. She glanced toward her front door, suddenly aware of how vulnerable she felt. Had she checked that the deadbolt was secured? She couldn't remember. She resumed the video. Elise explained that she had found old newspaper clippings in the basement storage unit assigned to her apartment. Articles about 2 previous tenants who had reported similar experiences before abruptly moving out. One had filed a police report about a stalker, but it had led nowhere. "There's something else," Elise whispered, glancing over her shoulder as if afraid of being overheard. "I found a hidden door." The video then showed a close-up of Elise's closet. She removed the hanging clothes and pressed against the back panel. It slid sideways, revealing a narrow passageway. The camera followed as she crawled through, emerging into what appeared to be a maintenance space between walls. A small chair was positioned there, alongside a table holding a glass of water and a book. "Someone sits here," Elise's voice trembled. "Someone watches me through the walls." The camera panned to show tiny holes drilled through the plaster, offering a clear view of the bedroom. "I'm leaving tomorrow. I've booked a flight to my sister's in Arizona, but I wanted to leave this warning for whoever comes next." She looked directly into the camera. "Check the walls, check everywhere, and whatever you do, don't let Edward know what you found." The video ended abruptly. Jessica sat frozen, her laptop screen returning to the folder display. The apartment suddenly felt cavernous, full of shadows and potential hiding places. She found herself listening intently for any sound beyond the normal creaks of an old building. Jessica shut her laptop and walked cautiously to her bedroom closet. She slid hangers aside and pressed against the back panel. It felt solid. She knocked. The sound was hollow, but that could be normal for an interior wall. She examined every inch of the closet's interior but found nothing suspicious. That night, Jessica slept on her couch, a kitchen knife placed on the coffee table beside her. In the morning, she called in sick to work and drove to the Millhaven Police Department. Officer Derek Hansen, a broad-shouldered man with kind eyes and graying temples, listened to her story with professional attentiveness. He viewed the video and took the flash drive as evidence. "I'll look into this, Elise Morton," he promised, "and we'll send someone to check your apartment for any hidden passages or signs of unauthorized entry." The preliminary search revealed nothing unusual. No hidden doors, no peepholes in the walls. Jessica began to wonder if Elise Morton had fabricated the whole story, perhaps suffering from mental health issues or engaged in an elaborate prank. Officer Hansen's investigation, however, uncovered troubling facts. Elise Morton was real. She had indeed rented the apartment before Jessica. She had abruptly terminated her lease and moved to Arizona in November 2017, just as the video stated. but attempts to contact her proved unsuccessful. Her sister in Phoenix claimed Elise had stayed with her for only 2 weeks before continuing to California. She hadn't heard from her in months. More concerning, Edward Phelps had owned the building for only 4 years, but in that time, Jessica's apartment had seen 5 different tenants. None had stayed longer than a year. 2 had left without notice, forfeiting security deposits. Jessica agreed to temporarily relocate to a motel while police conducted a more thorough search of the apartment. On the second day, they found it, not in the bedroom closet, but in the bathroom. A section of wall behind the shower concealed a narrow passage that led to a small space between walls. Just as Elise had described, there was a chair and small table, and on the wall, tiny holes that provided a clear view of both the bathroom and, at an angle, the bedroom. Edward Phelps was brought in for questioning. He denied everything at first, claiming no knowledge of the hidden space. When confronted with evidence, fingerprints found on the chair, a notebook containing detailed observations of Jessica's daily habits during her short tenancy, his story changed. "I just watched," he insisted, his thin face contorted with distress. "I never hurt anyone, I never touched them, it wasn't my idea." That phrase, the same words burned into the mattress, sent chills through Jessica when Officer Hansen relayed Edward's statement. What did he mean? It wasn't his idea. Whose idea was it? Edward refused to elaborate. He was charged with stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance. Released on bail pending trial, he disappeared 3 days later. His car was found abandoned at a rest stop near the Wisconsin border. The investigation widened. Police discovered similar hidden observation spaces in 3 other apartments Edward owned across 2 counties. In one, they found a collection of personal items apparently taken from former tenants: a watch, a hairbrush, a camera. Jessica never returned to the apartment on Cedar Street. She stayed in Millhaven, moving to a different neighborhood, determined not to let fear drive her away from the fresh start she had sought. 6 months later, a construction worker renovating the old Victorian house made a grisly discovery in the basement: human remains concealed within a sealed wall cavity. Forensic analysis would eventually identify the remains as belonging to 3 individuals, all former tenants. Among them was Elise Morton. Investigators now believe Edward Phelps was responsible for at least 5 disappearances across the Midwest spanning 2 decades. But despite exhaustive efforts, he has never been found. And to this day, Jessica wonders about those words burned into the mattress. It wasn't my idea. Was it a plea, a deflection of guilt, or a clue suggesting Edward hadn't acted alone? Sometimes late at night, when sleep evades her, Jessica imagines Edward still out there somewhere, perhaps watching someone new. And she wonders who gave him the idea in the first place, and whether that person is watching too. In the town of Millhaven, the Victorian house on Cedar Street remains empty, its windows dark. Local children whisper stories about it as they pass. Few know the truth about what happened there. Fewer still know about the message burned into a mattress, a message that, like the case itself, remains an open wound in the fabric of a quiet Minnesota town. Crime 7, the TV was unplugged. Still, every night it buzzed faintly and flickered on. No sound, no channels, just static until a blurry face began forming. Each night it got clearer, and one night it smiled. Laurel Creek was the kind of suburb where people moved to forget that cities existed. The streets were wide, the lawns were green, and the neighbors waved from their porches. Alina Mason had lived in her modest 2-bedroom house on Sycamore Drive for nearly 30 years. At 67, she was known by the neighborhood children as the Cookie Lady, always ready with freshly baked treats and warm conversation. Her husband, Richard, had passed away 5 years prior, but Alina carried on with quiet resilience that earned her the respect of everyone on the block. Her routines were as predictable as the seasons. Monday was for grocery shopping. Tuesday was bridge club at the community center. Wednesday was when she volunteered at the local library reading to children. Thursday was dedicated to her garden. Friday was dinner with her daughter's family. Weekends were for rest and church. Alina's life was a gentle rhythm that offered comfort to those around her, a reminder that some things remained constant in an ever-changing world. That's why when Alina missed Bridge Club one Tuesday in October, her friend Martha Holloway thought little of it. Perhaps she caught a cold or decided to visit her sister in Columbus. But when Alina didn't answer her phone that evening, Martha felt the first flutter of unease in her chest. By Wednesday morning, when Alina failed to arrive at the library, something she had never done in 15 years without calling ahead, Martha drove to Sycamore Drive. Alina's blue Buick was in the driveway. The morning newspaper remained rolled up in its plastic sleeve by the front door. The curtains were drawn, unusual for Alina, who loved to let the morning in, as she often said. Martha knocked, called out, and eventually tried the door. It was unlocked. The house felt wrong, Martha would later tell Detective James Harmon. Not scary, just wrong. Like walking into a photograph where someone has moved all the furniture an inch to the left. The living room was tidy as Alina always kept it. Family photos lined the mantel above the fireplace. A half-finished crossword puzzle lay on the coffee table next to a pen. The kitchen showed signs of a prepared but uneaten breakfast, a single plate with untouched toast, a cold cup of coffee. No signs of struggle. No evidence of forced entry, but Alina was nowhere to be found. The only thing out of place was the television. It sat on its stand, the black screen reflecting the sunlight from the window behind it. Its power cord was coiled neatly on the floor beside the outlet, unplugged. She never watched much TV after Richard died, Martha explained. Said it made the house feel emptier somehow. Detective Harmon was a 20-year veteran of the Laurel Creek Police Department. At 48, he had the patient eyes of a man who had seen enough to know that things were rarely as they appeared on the surface. Disappearances of elderly people living alone usually had simple explanations: medical emergencies, confusion, sometimes, sadly, suicide. But something about Alina Mason's case tugged at him in ways he couldn't articulate. The investigation began with the standard procedures. Hospitals were contacted. Alina's daughter, Sarah Winters, was notified. Neighbors were interviewed. Cell phone records were checked, though Alina used her phone sparingly. Her bank accounts showed no recent activity. Her passport remained in the drawer of her bedside table. 3 days passed with no sign of Alina, no body, no witnesses who had seen her leave, no evidence of foul play, just an empty house with a perfectly made bed and an unplugged television. On the fourth night after Alina's disappearance, Sarah stayed at her mother's house. She couldn't sleep in Alina's bed, so she made up the couch in the living room. Around 2:17 a.m., she was awakened by a faint buzzing sound. The television had turned on, static filling its screen with dancing gray and white particles. "I thought I must have rolled onto the remote," Sarah told Detective Harmon the next morning, dark circles under her eyes. But the remote was on the coffee table, and the TV. It wasn't plugged in, I checked. Harmon examined the television, an older model, the kind with actual buttons on the front panel rather than touch-sensitive controls. There was nothing unusual about it, except that it had apparently turned on while disconnected from power. The department's technical analyst suggested it might have retained a charge in its capacitors, or perhaps Sarah had been dreaming. But Sarah was adamant. I unplugged it again and went back to sleep, but it turned on again around 4 a.m., and there was, I know how this sounds, but there was a shape in the static, like a face but blurry. The case took a darker turn when Harmon discovered that Alina wasn't the first elderly resident of Laurel Creek to disappear under similar circumstances. 13 months earlier, Gerald Hoffman, a 72-year-old retired accountant, had vanished from his home 3 blocks away. His case had been handled by another detective who had since transferred to another department. The similarities were striking. No signs of forced entry, a seemingly normal day interrupted, and an unplugged television. Gerald's daughter, Patricia, had never mentioned anything about the television turning on by itself, but when Harmon interviewed her again, her response chilled him. "Dad called me the week before he disappeared," Patricia said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He said he was seeing things in the static on his TV. I thought he was confused, maybe the early stages of dementia. He said it looked like a man watching him through the screen." Harmon began pulling records of missing persons cases within a 50-mile radius over the past 5 years. He found 3 more cases with similar patterns, all involving elderly individuals living alone, all unsolved, all with mentions of unusual television behavior in the case notes that had been dismissed as confusion or coincidence. As Harmon dug deeper, he discovered that all 5 missing persons, including Alina, had at one point in their lives worked for or had connection to Meridian Electronics, a now-defunct manufacturing plant that had operated in Laurel Creek from 1972 to 1989. Alina had worked in the administrative office for 6 years. Gerald had been an electrical engineer there. The other 3 had connections ranging from maintenance work to quality control. On the 7th night after Alina's disappearance, Harmon decided to spend the night in her house. He told no one except his partner, Officer Lisa Chen, who thought he was overworking the case. Harmon set up a small camera facing the television and settled into the armchair with a thermos of coffee. At 2:17 a.m. exactly, the unplugged television came to life with a soft buzz. Static filled the screen, gray and white particles dancing chaotically. Harmon stood, his heartbeat quickening as he approached the set. The static shifted, patterns forming and dissolving, and then gradually the randomness seemed to organize itself into a shape, vague at first, then unmistakable, a face. It was the face of a man, perhaps in his 40s, looking out through the static as if through a window. The features were indistinct yet somehow familiar, and then slowly the face smiled, a knowing, intimate smile that sent a wave of cold through Harmon's body. The case of Alina Mason remains officially unsolved. The television from her home is now stored in an evidence locker at the Laurel Creek Police Department, unplugged, its screen dark. Detective Harmon requested transfer to another division 3 weeks after his night in Alina's house. The official investigation concluded that Alina, like the others, had likely wandered off due to an undiagnosed cognitive issue and met with an unfortunate accident in the woods that border Laurel Creek to the north. But occasionally, late at night, the officer on duty at the station will report hearing a faint buzzing from the evidence room. By the time they investigate, it's always silent. Just an empty room with rows of shelves holding the physical remnants of unsolved mysteries. And somewhere perhaps Alina Mason and the others are still watching or being watched through the flickering veil of static. Sarah Mason still visits her mother's house every Sunday. She waters the plants, dusts the shelves, and keeps the rooms aired out. She never stays after dark. She never turns on the television. She never mentions the dreams she sometimes has, dreams of her mother sitting in a room very much like her own living room, but not quite right, watching static on an unplugged TV, waiting for a face to appear. A face that more and more looks like her own. Crime 8, tucked behind a wardrobe, she found a full-length mirror wrapped tight in blood-stained sheets and nailed to the wall behind it. When she uncovered it, her reflection blinked, a moment too late, then smiled even though she didn't. The house at 1847 Oleander Avenue had stood for nearly a century in the quiet neighborhood of Larkwood, Minnesota. A modest two-story Victorian with peeling white paint and blue shutters that had faded to a dull gray over decades of harsh winters. Most locals barely noticed it anymore, just another aging landmark in a town where very little changed. Caroline Weiss had never planned to return to Larkwood. At 32, she had built a life for herself in Chicago, far from the whispers and sidelong glances that had followed her family name since her childhood. But when her elderly Aunt Elaine passed away in her sleep, leaving Caroline as the sole inheritor of the Oleander Avenue house, something pulled her back. "You don't have to keep it," her boyfriend Derek had told her over the phone as she drove the quiet highways toward her hometown. "Just clean it out, sell it, and come home." Home, the word felt hollow. Chicago was where she lived, but Larkwood, despite everything, was threaded through her bones. The house on Oleander Avenue had been her refuge during the tumultuous years after her parents' divorce, when her mother had spiraled into depression and Caroline, just 11, had been sent to live with Aunt Elaine. On that first night back, Caroline stepped carefully through rooms filled with the accumulated possessions of her aunt's 87 years. Photographs in tarnished frames, stacks of yellowed newspapers, crocheted blankets draped over furniture that had not been moved in decades. The house smelled of mothballs and something else, a faint metallic scent that reminded Caroline of pennies left too long in a pocket. It was strongest upstairs, in the narrow hallway that led to what had once been her bedroom. "I'll start here tomorrow," she whispered to herself, pushing open the door to her old room. The space was largely as she remembered it: floral wallpaper, a twin bed with an iron frame, a desk beneath the window that overlooked the backyard. But her aunt had clearly been using it for storage in recent years. Cardboard boxes were stacked against one wall, and an antique wardrobe that Caroline didn't recognize stood in the corner, partially blocking access to the closet. Caroline slept fitfully that night in her aunt's bed downstairs. Dreams of running through endless hallways, of knocking on doors that wouldn't open, of voices calling her name from behind walls. When morning came, she felt more exhausted than when she'd fallen asleep. She spent the day sorting through her aunt's belongings, making piles for donation, for keeping, for disposal. By late afternoon, she'd made her way upstairs to her old bedroom. The wardrobe was heavier than it looked, solid oak with intricate carvings along its doors. It took all her strength to shift it a few inches, enough to access the closet behind it. That's when she saw the edge of something protruding from the wall inside the closet. A corner of fabric, stained dark brown, nailed to the plaster. "What in the world?" Caroline muttered, reaching for the fabric. It was a bedsheet, she realized, wound tightly around something flat and hard. As she pulled at it, the metal scent that had been lingering in the air intensified. The stains, she now saw clearly, were the rusty brown of old blood. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she unwound the sheet. Beneath it was a mirror, a full-length mirror in a simple wooden frame, secured to the wall with heavy nails driven through its corners. Caroline's reflection stared back at her, pale and wide-eyed in the dim light of the closet. She took a step back, and that's when it happened. Her reflection blinked a moment after she did, as if lagging behind by the smallest fraction of a second. And then, more disturbing still, it smiled, a slight upturn of the lips that Caroline knew she wasn't making. She stumbled backward away from the closet, away from the mirror. Her foot caught on a box, and she fell hard, knocking the wind from her lungs. For several moments she lay there, gasping, staring at the ceiling, telling herself it was exhaustion, a trick of the light, her imagination running wild in a house full of memories. When she finally gathered the courage to look again, the mirror reflected only the empty closet, the angle from the floor not capturing her at all. The blood-stained sheets lay in a heap where she'd dropped them. Caroline called Derek that evening, her voice shaking as she recounted what she'd found. "A mirror behind a wardrobe," he asked, skepticism evident even through the phone. "And you think it, what moved on its own?" "I know how it sounds," she replied, "but there's something wrong with it. And those stains, Derek, I think that's blood." "Old houses have all kinds of weird stuff in them," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "Previous owners do renovations, hide things in walls. It's probably just rust or water damage on the sheets." But Caroline couldn't shake the feeling that she had uncovered something that had been deliberately hidden. That night she dreamed of the mirror again. In her dream, she stood before it, but her reflection was always a step behind, watching her with eyes that seemed to know secrets she didn't. The next morning, Caroline called the only person in Larkwood she still trusted, Michael Harding, who had been a detective with the local police for nearly 20 years and had once dated her Aunt Elaine in high school. "Blood on sheets," Michael said when he arrived, his weathered face creasing with concern. "You sure about that, Caroline?" He followed her upstairs to where the mirror still hung in the closet. The sheets she had left crumpled on the floor were gone. "They were right here," Caroline insisted, pointing at the bare floorboards, wrapped around the mirror, stained with what looked like blood. Michael studied the mirror, then the closet, then Caroline herself. "You've been under a lot of stress," he said gently. "Coming back here, dealing with Elaine's passing in her house. Maybe your mind is playing tricks." "I know what I saw," Caroline said, but doubt had begun to creep in. Had she imagined the sheets, the blood, the strange behavior of her reflection? Over the next few days, Caroline continued sorting through her aunt's belongings. She found old journals in which Elaine had written about dreams, disturbing dreams of being followed, of someone watching her through windows and mirrors. In entries from the months before her death, Elaine had become increasingly paranoid, writing about the other one who was trying to come through. Caroline also discovered newspaper clippings, carefully preserved in a manila envelope. They dated back to 1967 and detailed the disappearance of a young woman named Rebecca Thorne, who had lived in the house before Elaine bought it. Rebecca had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a room full of mirrors, dozens of them, covering every wall. She was obsessed with her own reflection. One article quoted a neighbor as saying, "Always watching herself as if she was afraid of what she might see or not see." As Caroline delved deeper into the history of the house, she learned that Rebecca wasn't the only disappearance connected to 1847 Oleander Avenue. Every few decades, someone who lived there had vanished or died under mysterious circumstances. Always women, always alone in the house. She began to notice other things too. Objects moved when she wasn't looking. Doors she was certain she had closed stood open in the morning, and always the feeling of being watched. The mirror in the closet seemed to draw her, calling to her in ways she couldn't articulate. Sometimes she would find herself standing before it without remembering how she got there. Her reflection would stare back, eyes slightly different than her own, darker, hungrier. Caroline started taking photographs of herself in the mirror, comparing them to other mirrors in the house. In the closet mirror, her image was subtly wrong, her part on the wrong side, a mole missing from her cheek, her eyes a shade too dark. She called Michael again, showing him the photographs, the journals, the newspaper clippings. This time he listened more carefully. "There might be something to this," he admitted. "I remember stories about this house when I was a kid. We used to dare each other to stand on the porch on Halloween. The older folks called it the Reflection House. Said it had a way of showing people what they didn't want to see." Together, they decided to research the history of the mirror itself. Michael found records indicating it had been in the house since the original construction in 1923. The first owner, a widow named Alina Blackwood, had commissioned it specifically, insisting that the frame be made from wood taken from a gallows that had once stood in the town square. "That's just local legend," Michael cautioned. "But what is documented is that Alina died in front of that mirror. They found her with her wrists cut, her blood splattered across the glass." As the days passed, Caroline grew more haggard, sleeping less, jumping at shadows. She began to wonder if she was losing her mind, following in the footsteps of the women who had lived in the house before her. One night, after a particularly vivid nightmare in which she watched her reflection step out of the mirror and take her place in the world, Caroline decided she had to destroy it. She took a hammer from her aunt's toolbox and made her way upstairs to the closet where the mirror waited. Her reflection watched her approach, hammer raised, but as Caroline swung, her reflection moved differently, ducking to the side, raising its own arm in defense. The hammer connected with the glass, and Caroline felt a sharp pain in her own arm, as if she had been struck instead. The mirror cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across its surface. Blood began to seep from the cracks, not her blood, but something older, darker. And through the broken glass, Caroline saw not her own reflection, but the faces of all the women who had stood before this mirror. Rebecca, Alina, others she didn't recognize. And behind them all, something else, a presence that had been watching, waiting, feeding on their fear and isolation. As the glass continued to crack, Caroline felt something tear inside her as well, as if her own reflection was being ripped away. The room began to spin, and she collapsed to the floor, the hammer falling from her nerveless fingers. When Michael found her the next morning, responding to a concerned call from Derek, who hadn't been able to reach her, Caroline was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the closet, staring at the empty wall where the mirror had been. There was no sign of broken glass, no blood, no evidence that the mirror had ever existed. "Caroline," Michael said cautiously, crouching beside her. She turned to him, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "I'm fine now," she said, her voice slightly off, as if she was hearing the words for the first time. "Everything is exactly as it should be." Michael helped her to her feet, noting that she moved differently, that she parted her hair on the opposite side, that the small mole on her cheek was gone. But he said nothing, attributing the changes to stress and poor lighting. Caroline sold the house the following week, returning to Chicago without looking back. The new owners renovated extensively, tearing down walls, replacing floors. They found nothing unusual, nothing to suggest the history that Caroline had uncovered. In Chicago, Derek noticed subtle changes in Caroline, new mannerisms, new tastes, a new way of laughing. "You seem different," he told her. lighter somehow, like you left something behind in Larkwood. I did, she replied, studying her reflection in the window of their apartment. For just a moment, she thought she saw something else looking back at her, a frightened face pressed against the glass from the other side. Then it was gone, and there was only her own smile, slightly too wide, slightly too knowing. Behind her in the apartment they shared, a mirror hung on the wall, a mirror she had brought back from Larkwood, carefully wrapped in clean white sheets. Crime 9, she pressed the intercom to buzz in her friend, but before she could speak, a voice came through. You're not supposed to be here yet. No one had touched the button, and her friend was still outside waiting. Meredith Carson had always been the cautious type. Growing up in the small town of Elderwood, Massachusetts, she developed a keen sense for the ordinary rhythms of life, the predictable patterns that made her feel safe. Her mother often joked that even as a toddler, Meredith would line up her toys before bedtime, ensuring everything was in its proper place. This tendency toward order followed her into adulthood, manifesting in her meticulous apartment, organized calendar, and carefully structured life. At 32, Meredith had built a comfortable existence. She worked as a research librarian at Elderwood Community College, lived alone in a modest but well-maintained apartment building called Willowbrook Gardens, and maintained a small circle of close friends. Her colleagues described her as reliable, thorough, and quietly intelligent, someone who rarely drew attention to herself but whose absence would immediately be noticed. The apartment complex where Meredith lived was nothing remarkable. A 4-story brick building with 28 units, a small courtyard and security that consisted mainly of locked entrance doors and an intercom system installed in the early 2000s. Residents could buzz visitors in after speaking with them through the tinny speaker system. The property manager, Mr. Halstead, took pride in maintaining the building, though the security technology was admittedly outdated. Meredith's routine rarely varied. Mondays through Fridays, she left for work at precisely 8:15 a.m., returned home at 5:40 p.m., prepared dinner, and spent her evenings reading or watching documentaries. On weekends, she grocery shopped on Saturday mornings and often met her best friend, Aaron Novick, for lunch or coffee on Sundays. The two had known each other since college, and despite their different personalities, Meredith careful and contained, Aaron spontaneous and expressive, they had maintained a deep friendship for over a decade. October in Elderwood brought crisp air and early sunsets. The town, with its population of just under 12,000, experienced the kind of autumn that appeared on postcards, brilliant foliage, pumpkins on porches, and a general sense of peaceful transition. For Meredith, fall had always been her favorite season, until that Sunday evening when everything changed. It was October 17th, a Sunday. Meredith and Aaron had made plans to meet at Meredith's apartment at 6:00 p.m. to watch a new true crime documentary series. Meredith had prepared a simple dinner of butternut squash soup and crusty bread. She had set the table, adjusted the lighting, and was just pouring herself a glass of water when her phone buzzed with a text from Aaron. Parking now, be up in 5. At precisely 6:02 p.m., Meredith moved toward the intercom panel near her door, anticipating Aaron's buzz from the building entrance. The intercom system was simple, a speaker, a microphone, and a button to unlock the main door downstairs. Meredith positioned herself by the panel, waiting for the familiar electronic tone. But before any buzz came, the speaker crackled to life on its own. "You're not supposed to be here yet." The voicemail, unfamiliar, oddly calm, seemed to fill the small entryway of her apartment. Meredith froze, her hand hovering inches from the intercom button. The voice had spoken with such certainty, such specific knowledge. not a generic threat or random statement, but words that implied recognition, awareness of her presence, her plans. She pulled her hand back as though the intercom might burn her. Her phone vibrated again, another text from Aaron. "I'm at the door. Can you buzz me in?" Outside, unaware of what had just transpired, Erin waited by the building's entrance, her finger poised over the button for apartment 3B. Inside her apartment, Meredith stood paralyzed. The building's intercom system shouldn't work that way. Someone would need to press a button from the main entrance to activate it, yet the voice had come through unprompted, clear and deliberate. More disturbing was the message itself. "You're not supposed to be here yet." What did that mean? Where was she supposed to be? And how did the voice know her schedule? With trembling fingers, Meredith called Aaron rather than using the intercom. "Hey, I'm downstairs," Aaron answered cheerfully. "Aaron," Meredith whispered, her voice constricted. "Something strange just happened. I'm coming down to let you in. Don't use the intercom." Minutes later, the two friends sat at Meredith's dining table, the prepared meal forgotten as Meredith recounted what had happened. Aaron, always practical despite her creative nature, immediately suggested logical explanations. A crossed wire in the aging system. Perhaps someone in another apartment had received a buzz and somehow it had connected to Meredith's unit instead. "Technology glitches all the time," Aaron insisted, though her furrowed brow betrayed her unease. "Remember when my car's Bluetooth started playing that Spanish radio station out of nowhere?" But Meredith couldn't shake the specificity of the message. It wasn't random static or a partial conversation. The voice had spoken directly to her, or at least about her. "Should we call the police?" Meredith asked, her soup growing cold before her. Aaron hesitated. "And tell them what? That your intercom said something creepy. They'll think it's a prank or a malfunction." They agreed instead to speak with Mr. Halstead the next morning. For now, they double-checked that Meredith's door was locked, watched their documentary with subdued attention, and tried to dismiss the incident as technological oddity. But after Aaron left that night, Meredith found sleep elusive. The voice replayed in her mind, its calm certainty more unnerving than if it had been threatening. She finally drifted off around 2 a.m., only to be jolted awake at 3:17 by the distinct sound of the intercom crackling to life again. This time there was no voice, just the sound of breathing, slow and measured, lasting precisely 30 seconds before cutting off. Monday morning found Meredith exhausted and on edge. She called in sick to work for the first time in nearly 2 years and waited impatiently for Mr. Halstead's office to open at 9:00 a.m. When she finally reached him and explained what had happened, the property manager seemed genuinely confused. "That's not possible, Ms. Carson," he said, shaking his head. "The system is closed circuit. Someone has to press the button downstairs to activate your unit, and it certainly can't just turn on from the building side without someone pressing a button." Nevertheless, he agreed to check the system and promised to send the building's part-time maintenance man, Tom Whitfield, to inspect her intercom unit that afternoon. Somewhat reassured, Meredith returned to her apartment and tried to distract herself with work emails and household chores. Tom arrived around 2:30 p.m., a quiet man in his 50s who had worked at Willowbrook Gardens for nearly 7 years. He examined the intercom panel, opened it carefully, and checked the wiring. "Everything looks normal, Ms. Carson," he said, his voice soft and measured. "No signs of tampering or malfunction. Sometimes these older systems can pick up interference, though radio signals or even other electronic devices. It's uncommon but not unheard of. Meredith nodded, thanked him, and tried to convince herself that this explanation made sense. Perhaps a passing truck's radio or a neighbor's electronic device had somehow crossed signals with her intercom. It still didn't explain the specific message, but it was better than the alternatives her imagination conjured. That evening, Meredith called her brother Michael, who lived in Chicago. Always the protective older sibling, Michael suggested she stay with a friend for a few days or even install a simple security camera facing her door and the intercom. "Just to give you peace of mind," he said. "It's probably nothing but better safe than sorry." The following day, Meredith returned to work, trying to reclaim her normal routine. Her colleagues noticed her distraction but attributed it to a lingering cold. By Wednesday, she had almost convinced herself that the incident had been an isolated anomaly until she received an unexpected call from Aaron during her lunch break. "Has Mr. Halstead said anything else about the intercom?" Aaron asked, her usually confident voice tinged with hesitation. "No, why?" "I was talking to my cousin yesterday. You know she works for that security company. She said something that bothered me. Those old intercom systems, they're not like cell phones or computers. They don't just glitch and say specific sentences. If there was interference, you'd hear static or fragments of conversation, not a clear, coherent statement directed at you." A chill ran through Meredith despite the warm library air. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying either someone physically accessed the system to speak through it, or what? Or someone was already in your building, using one of the intercoms to communicate directly to your unit." The possibility hung between them, undeniable and disturbing. Either scenario suggested intent, not accident, someone deliberately trying to communicate with or frighten Meredith. That evening, Meredith approached her apartment door with heightened awareness, noting details she'd previously overlooked. The emergency exit at the end of her hallway with its door slightly ajar, a violation of building code, the burned-out light bulb near the stairwell, the unusual silence from apartment 3A, where her neighbor Mrs. Feldman normally watched evening game shows at high volume. Inside her apartment, Meredith immediately noticed something out of place. On her spotless kitchen counter sat a single white envelope that she was certain hadn't been there when she left that morning. Her name was written across it in neat, precise handwriting. With trembling fingers, she opened it and unfolded a single sheet of paper containing 5 typed words. "So now you're where you belong." Detective Sandra Martinez had seen her share of unusual cases in 15 years with the Elderwood Police Department, but the report filed by Meredith Carson on Thursday morning struck her as particularly unsettling. Not because of any gruesome details or explicit threats, but because of the calculated precision of the incidents. "So you never saw anyone enter your apartment?" Detective Martinez asked, her dark eyes studying Meredith carefully across the interview room table. "No, my door was locked when I got home. Nothing else was disturbed, just that envelope on the counter." "And you're certain it wasn't there when you left for work?" "Absolutely certain. I wipe down my counters every morning before leaving. It wasn't there." Detective Martinez nodded, making another note in her small leather-bound notebook. "And you didn't recognize the handwriting on the envelope?" "No, it was impersonal, like someone trying to make their handwriting as generic as possible." What about the building's security, cameras, key access? Meredith explained the building's modest security measures, main doors that locked automatically, the intercom system, residents with keys, no security cameras. Mr. Halstead kept a visitor log in theory, but in practice it was rarely used. And you've had no unusual encounters recently, no one showing excessive interest in you or your schedule, no conflicts with coworkers or acquaintances. Meredith shook her head. Her life was remarkably free of drama or conflict. Even her last breakup, over a year ago with a history professor named David, had been amicable and uneventful. As the interview continued, Detective Martinez developed a quiet concern for the librarian sitting before her. In her experience, cases like this, subtle intrusions, cryptic messages, often escalated. The perpetrator was establishing a psychological connection, creating fear and uncertainty before revealing their true intentions. Ms. Carson, I'd like to assign an officer to check on you regularly for the next few days, Martinez said finally, and I strongly recommend you stay with a friend if possible. Meredith nodded, feeling simultaneously relieved that she was being taken seriously and terrified that the police considered the situation serious enough to warrant protection. That night, Meredith stayed with Aaron, taking only essential items in a small overnight bag. Detective Martinez had officers check Meredith's apartment, finding no signs of forced entry, but noticing that the screws on her intercom panel appeared to have been recently loosened and retightened. The investigation that followed revealed several disturbing details. The building's maintenance records showed that Tom Whitfield, the maintenance man, had called in sick on the Monday that Meredith reported speaking with him. The man who had examined her intercom had not been Tom, but someone impersonating him, someone who had gained access to the building and possibly to maintenance keys. Review of recent tenant applications showed that apartment 3A, Mrs. Feldman's unit, had been vacated 3 weeks earlier when the elderly woman moved to her daughter's home in Florida. Mr. Halstead had been showing the vacant apartment to prospective tenants but had not yet rented it. The emergency exit door with its disabled alarm provided a perfect unmonitored entrance and exit point. Most disturbing was what officers found in the vacant apartment 3A, a small table positioned against the wall adjoining Meredith's apartment, holding sophisticated audio equipment and a directional microphone. Whoever had been watching Meredith had been listening to her as well, tracking her movements and conversations from the empty apartment next door. They never found the person responsible. Despite increased police presence, security camera installation, and careful investigation, the intruder seemed to vanish as mysteriously as they had appeared. Fingerprints found on the audio equipment belonged to no one in police databases. The handwriting on the envelope proved too generic to provide useful leads. Meredith never returned to Willowbrook Gardens. She stayed with Aaron for 2 weeks, then with her brother in Chicago for a month, and finally relocated to Portland, Oregon, where a university library had coincidentally posted a position matching her qualifications. The case remained officially open but inactive in Elderwood. Detective Martinez kept a special file on her desk, adding notes whenever similar patterns emerged in other reports, but nothing conclusive ever materialized. For Meredith, the incident left an indelible mark. She installed comprehensive security systems in her new apartment. She varied her routes and routines. She became acutely aware of the thin barriers between public and private spaces, between security and vulnerability. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep in her new home 3,000 miles from Elderwood, she still hears the voice from the intercom in her memory. "You're not supposed to be here yet." And she wonders, with a chill that never quite leaves her bones, whether she was the target of a random stalker who moved on to other victims, or whether someone specific had singled her out for reasons she might never understand. And she wonders in those darkest moments of night if someday, somewhere, she'll hear that voice again. Story 10. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards. Yet the new tenant sensed something amiss in the air. The footsteps she heard were too purposeful, too steady to belong to a mere building settling in for the night. They echoed from above, deliberate and slow, though she resided on the topmost floor. One evening, a surge of courage propelled her to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased abruptly. A heavy silence lingered, pregnant with anticipation. Then, a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman harbored the unnerving incident as her own secret. She convinced herself it was the old building's idiosyncrasies, or perhaps a small critter finding refuge in the attic space. As the methodical footsteps persisted every night, she adapted her routines, amplifying the television volume, donning headphones to muffle the rhythmic footfalls that mapped unseen paths across her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris's interest peaked when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker, tasked with fixing a water leak outside Sarah's unit, uncovered a narrow passage hidden behind a section of drywall that defied the building's blueprints. Within the covert space, dimly illuminated by a flashlight, lay a makeshift living area, a clutter of food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small journal. The building superintendent promptly alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker visibly shaken, muttering, "Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching." The journal chronicled meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her viewing habits, even the timings of her shower and slumber. The writing, initially orderly, descended into chaos on the final pages, festooned with cryptic symbols in the margins. "The subject resists my influence," the last entry lamented. "She dares to ignore me. None can ignore me." Forensic teams meticulously combed the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. They uncovered a labyrinth of passages intricately woven into the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. These hidden pathways linked to 5 different apartments, but culminated in discrete vantage points, tiny apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor blemishes only within Sarah Coleman's dwelling. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond the routine clamor of apartment living. Yet former tenants painted a contrasting picture. 3 predecessors of Sarah recounted sensations of being watched or inexplicable noises, prompting one to vacate after a mere fortnight. Fearful of sounding paranoid, none had disclosed their encounters. A breakthrough surfaced when forensics detected minute blood traces in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis traced it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who mysteriously vanished 4 years prior. Despite his family filing a missing persons report, the case had grown cold. Martin had lived directly beneath Sarah's unit. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris learned that Martin had bemoaned disturbances emanating from the apartment above his. Confronting the reclusive tenant, Edward, who dwelled upstairs, Martin vanished soon after. Edward abruptly vacated the premises without a forwarding address. Delving into Edward's past, investigators discerned a pattern. He had resided in top-floor units across 6 different buildings over 2 decades, maintaining minimal social connections before vanishing without trace. A neighbor from his third abode described him as intense, recalling his fixation on silence. Property records unveiled Edward's ownership of secluded rural land. Upon reaching the site, investigators stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photographs and notes depictions of residents from assorted apartment complexes, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities adorned the walls, alongside journals detailing specimen observations and habitat preservation. At the cabin's core, a corkboard showcased newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former denizens of buildings Edward had inhabited. Beneath the board, gouges marred the wooden floor, hinting at heavy objects dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil, unearthing human remains, one grave after another. Amid the grim identification process, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's abode. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, residents reported sporadic noises persisting. During security system installations, maintenance workers stumbled upon a second journal concealed in a hallway crevice where ceiling met wall. The fresh notebook, mirroring its predecessor, bore a single line on its first page. "They discovered my old sanctuary, not my new one." The final page displayed a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, a crimson trail marking a novel passage, scheduled for that very night. Rushing to evacuate Sarah, officers found her dwelling deserted, save for her abandoned phone, blaring television, and running shower. Etched onto the bathroom mirror amidst dissipating steam was a message scrawled by a finger: "Look up." The shower ceiling panel lay ajar, unveiling a disturbing vacancy. The manhunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker skilled in renovations, ensued. His expertise in structural nuances enabled the covert construction of observation posts and clandestine passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's building yielded no signs of current occupancy within the walls, while Sarah herself remained elusive, her disappearance linked to a string of vanishing acts across state lines. Authorities issued alerts to apartment managers regarding unauthorized structural alterations in concealed spaces. Yet haunting Detective Morris was not the macabre graves or meticulous journals, but the image of Sarah, alone in her apartment, hearing those enigmatic footsteps from an upstairs neighborless expanse. The footsteps that echoed her tap and then eerily tapped back. At times, when solitude enveloped him at night, Detective Morris found himself gazing at his own ceiling, attuned to the silence, waiting and pondering who else might be listening in the stillness of the night. Story 11, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned and the pipes rattled, creating a symphony of old house sounds that echoed through the empty rooms. To her, it was all part of the building's charm, a comforting background noise lulling her to sleep each night. But one evening, as she settled into bed, a faint voice, like a breeze carrying a message, drifted through the vents. It wasn't the usual distant chatter of neighbors or the creaking of old timbers. This voice was different. It whispered, almost beckoning, calling out her name in a tone that sent shivers down her spine. With a racing heart, she pressed her ear against the vent, feeling a chill brush past her cheek. And then, almost teasingly, the words came, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself at the heart of an enigma, standing in the silence of the vacant apartment where a sense of unease lingered in the air. Her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover, forcibly removed from the wall as if revealing a hidden truth. Around her, the forensics team meticulously went about their work, capturing every detail with their cameras, freezing moments in time. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, unnoticed by the world until a faint odor raised the alarm. And what they unearthed within the ventilation system defied logic and reason. Officer Patel, his voice steady, recounted Alina's distress, how she had spoken of voices echoing through the vents, a plea for help dismissed as mere quirks of an old building. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the deep scratches with a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. The marks spoke a story of desperation, of a struggle from within, of someone fighting to break free, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a radiant smile and a penchant for nurturing life in the form of thriving houseplants, had left behind a void that whispered of her absence. Her students, unaware of the darkness that had engulfed her, had crafted cards waiting for her return. Her sister's trembling voice revealed a tale of paranoia, of a soul haunted by unseen eyes and unheard whispers, a gradual descent into a realm of fear and uncertainty. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's world, every detail seemed to unravel a sinister narrative. The meticulously arranged bed, the neglected coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as though an invisible presence had been listening intently. The threads of Alina's life woven into a tapestry of dread, each piece a clue leading to a darker truth. The forensic findings painted a chilling portrait. Fibers intertwined, fingerprints foreign, a haunting echo captured in audio recordings. Alone in the solitude of her car, raindrops tapping a melancholic melody on the roof, Shaw listened to Alina's voice, a plea for validation, a yearning for reality to shield her from the encroaching shadows. And in the whispers that followed, a sinister promise unfurled, a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. The history of the building, a tapestry of lost souls and forgotten whispers, revealed a disturbing pattern. Tenants fleeing in fear, voices echoing in the night, a legacy of dread that clung to the walls like a curse. And at the center of it all stood Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent with keys to every door, a man shrouded in secrets and shadows. In the interrogation room, Weber's facade of indifference cracked, revealing glimpses of a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Denials masked a deeper truth, a truth that Shaw sought to uncover with relentless determination. The hidden passages, the voyeuristic recordings, the twisted obsession that bound him to the walls like a malevolent spirit. The discovery of a hidden access panel unraveled the web of deceit, exposing a realm of shadows concealed within the building's bones. A trove of artifacts spoke of lives intertwined, of souls ensnared in a dance of predator and prey. Shaw's gaze lingered on Weber's serene smile as the restraints clicked into place, his words a cryptic echo of a truth that transcended the physical realm. As the trial unfolded, a tapestry of horror unfurled, weaving a narrative of manipulation and madness. Weber's calm demeanor clashed with the horrors he had wrought, a dichotomy of light and darkness that defied comprehension. And as the gavel fell, a verdict pronounced, the echoes of the building's whispers lingered, a reminder of the darkness that dwelled within its walls. The apartment building, now a shell of its former self, stood as a monument to the shadows that lurked within. Despite the facade of normalcy, residents whispered of strange sounds that echoed through the vents, of chilling drafts that carried voices from beyond. The building's soul, scarred by the sins of the past, whispered a tale of caution to those who dared to listen, a lullaby of darkness that haunted the halls for eternity. Story 12, the apartment sat in silence for months, untouched by human presence. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps just some dust, maybe a piece or two of abandoned furniture left behind. But one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting all attempts to open it. A closet, locked from within, holding a mystery within its confines. The landlord, with a weary sigh, finally broke through the barrier, revealing not old coats or discarded items, but something far more chilling. Inside, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, jagged scratches that spoke of desperation and struggle. In a shadowed corner lay an ancient flip phone, its screen still faintly aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling dark enigmas, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the sight of blood or violence that unnerved her, but the unspoken story hidden within those haunting marks. "We need forensics here immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the evidence with his camera, "and gather all the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone whispered cryptically, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery figure with perpetually damp hands, spoke of the previous tenant, an enigmatic young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. "Quiet type, kept to herself. Moved out around 6 months ago," he muttered, avoiding the gaze of the closet. Forensic analysis unveiled a grim truth embedded in the scratches on the wall's traces of blood, mostly belonging to a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after vanishing from her daily routine. Yet among the samples, 2 DNA profiles puzzled the investigators. One remained unidentified, while the other matched a man who had supposedly perished in a car accident 2 years prior. Shaw delved deeper into Emma's life, piecing together a narrative of interrupted existence from the remnants left behind in her apartment. Unanswered phone calls, a neglected coffee mug, a bed meticulously made signs of a life abruptly halted. Clues emerged from Emma's phone records, hinting at a mysterious new boyfriend described only as intense and private during her conversations with her sister. Surveillance footage painted a grim picture of the night Emma disappeared, capturing her return home followed by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, carefully shielding their identity. The breakthrough arrived with the discovery of fingerprints on the closet doorknob belonging to Derek Mercer, a man believed to be deceased. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, her mind racing with questions about his connection to Emma and the reasons behind his macabre charade. The unidentified DNA led them to another missing person, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace years before, but now linked to Emma through chilling circumstances. As the investigation unfolded, a trail of evidence led them to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where a harrowing discovery awaited a living but broken Lynette Porter, confined in conditions reminiscent of Emma's ordeal. Her words, barely a whisper, revealed the horrors she endured under Mercer's twisted control. Journals detailing Mercer's obsessions, photographs of his victims, and damning video recordings surfaced, painting a portrait of a man consumed by a need for domination and suffering. The manhunt for Mercer spanned jurisdictions, unveiling his dark intentions to inflict pain and despair on those he deemed his prey. Captured at a bus terminal, Mercer clutched a new identity and a one-way ticket, carrying with him tools of his sinister trade. During interrogation, his demeanor remained disturbingly composed, weaving a narrative of Emma's complicity in her own demise. The trial exposed Mercer's elaborate deception, his meticulous planning to evade justice while preying on unsuspecting women. Emma's fate, sealed within the confines of that closet, echoed a tragic tale of a life extinguished in a struggle for survival. The jury's swift verdict of guilt brought little reaction from Mercer, a fleeting smile hinting at a twisted satisfaction known only to him. As the sentence of life imprisonment without parole was pronounced, Lynette Porter found her voice, proclaiming a defiant promise of resilience in the face of darkness. The case left an indelible mark on the department, reshaping protocols for missing persons cases and emphasizing the importance of tracing relationships and rental properties. Detective Shaw, haunted by the echoes of Emma's silent plea for justice, preserved the closet door as a somber reminder of the unseen terrors lurking within ordinary spaces. In the end, the tale of Emma Caldwell and Derek Mercer served as a cautionary saga of shadows concealed beneath the veneer of everyday life, a reminder that sometimes the most profound mysteries are etched not in blood, but in the haunting echoes of the desperate fight for survival. Story 13. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, undisturbed by the gentle ripples. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost lulled by the tranquility of the scene. It was then that something caught his eye, a suitcase bobbing near the shore, out of place in the peaceful surroundings. At first he dismissed it as mere debris, perhaps discarded by careless hands. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating, impossible to ignore. The case was wrapped in chains, its metal edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. Authorities were summoned, and with grim determination they pried open the suitcase. Instead of finding discarded clothes, they were met with a chilling sight: hair, fingers twisted in a frozen grip, a silent scream frozen on pale lips, and at the very bottom, a note that sent shivers down their spines: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed firmly against her nose to ward off the stench. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay before her, dark hair matted and skin pallid from its watery grave. The meticulous work of the medical examiner began, each detail catalogued before the body was carefully lifted away. What struck Mercer was not just the manner of disposal, but the eerie care taken with the victim's appearance. Nails perfectly manicured, hair styled with precision, dressed in garments of luxury. She wasn't simply discarded here, Mercer mused, her gaze fixed on the lapping waters. She was arranged, presented. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her sales of high-end properties. Divorced and childless, she lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues spoke of her as ambitious, meticulous, a woman who guarded her privacy with vigilance. Her disappearance had been noted when she failed to show up for a crucial showing, a deal that promised her the largest commission of her career. As investigators delved into Walsh's life, they found her home to be a model of perfection. Every corner immaculate, belongings meticulously organized. Yet a hint of disturbance lay in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent chills down their spines. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further digging unearthed a trail of unsettling emails in Walsh's inbox, messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same unnerving phrase: "I see your perfection." Each message sent at precisely the same time on different days. Her online searches hinted at a growing sense of unease, inquiries into security systems, self-defense tools. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing a connection between the meticulous killer and the ritualistic display of his victims. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. This was not a crime of passion, but a carefully orchestrated performance. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a pawnshop owner who recognized a distinctive emerald necklace missing from Walsh's belongings. The culprit, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, had frequented the shop. Surveillance footage revealed his repeated visits to Walsh's building, often when she was away showcasing properties. A search of Linden's modest abode uncovered a chilling shrine, a hidden alcove adorned with mementos from each victim. Hair strands entwined in a brush, tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts meticulously arranged. Each item cataloged in a small notebook detailing intimate details of their lives. When Linden was brought in for questioning, his demeanor remained eerily composed. In a voice devoid of emotion, he confessed his twisted motives. "They presented themselves as flawless," he murmured, "but I saw their imperfections. Their perfection was a facade." The search for Linden's earlier victims led investigators to remote locales where more suitcases surfaced. Inside, women bearing striking resemblances to Walsh, all real estate agents who prided themselves on their meticulous nature. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, a specter of calm amid the storm of revelations, his meticulous planning and execution laid bare for all to see. As the judge handed down a sentence of life without parole, the families of the victims watched in silence, their grief a palpable presence in the courtroom. For Detective Mercer, the case was closed, but a haunting question lingered in the air. What inner demons drove Linden to his heinous acts? What flaw within himself was he trying to erase through his twisted rituals? The river continued its unhurried journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the horrors that had unfolded along its banks. Yet on Mercer's desk in the precinct lay copies of those chilling notebooks, a stark reminder that darkness can lurk in the most unassuming of places. Behind closed doors, beneath polished facades, a sinister presence may lie in wait, ready to pounce at the first sign of imperfection. Story 14, the town spoke in whispers of the house nestled at the forest's edge, a solitary figure standing against the backdrop of towering trees. Its windows gazed out with a darkness that seemed to absorb the light, its porch bowed under the weight of time's passage. No one laid claim to its ownership, no memory lingered of the hands that shaped its weathered walls. Yet when a group of wanderers strayed near, their eyes beheld a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden exterior, carved like cryptic messages of foreboding. Among them, at the bottom of the list, gleamed a fresh presence, untouched by the ravages of weather and time, a name alien to all but one. With a tremulous voice, one of the hikers whispered, "That name belongs to me." The call came in the dead of night, a routine report of trespassing logged by the dispatch. Mason Wright, the leader of the hiking group, was the voice on the line, claiming his name discovered on the desolate house. Responding officers anticipated a mere case of youthful mischief, a prank spun among friends. However, what awaited them defied rational explanation. As darkness draped the forest in its shroud, Detective Sarah Keller arrived, her flashlight piercing the veil of shadows, revealing the facade of the structure. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the eastern wall, some faded by time, barely discernible against the aged wood, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright stood out, the cut still redolent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his breath materializing in wisps in the icy air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be here." The inquiry commenced with thorough investigations into each name inscribed on the wall. The findings sent a chill through the detective team. Every name corresponded to a soul reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, united by a haunting commonality, the individuals had vanished while trekking alone through the wilderness. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, tied to a disappearance 37 years prior, recounted the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods never to return, leaving behind only a lone hiking boot by a stream. Mason's account remained unwavering under scrutiny. He professed no ties to the locale beyond that particular hiking excursion with his college comrades. Their selection of the trail had been arbitrary, guided by an online suggestion. No link surfaced connecting him to the other names immortalized on the wooden canvas. Attention shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots captured during their journey. Upon examination, analysts discerned a disconcerting anomaly, a blurred figure lingering in the background of multiple photos, a tall, slender silhouette partially obscured by the foliage. "We encountered no one else on our path," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Though the structure appeared forsaken, cloaked in dust and strewn with broken furnishings, the basement harbored a sinister revelation. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item bearing a name matching those on the exterior wall. The evidence team methodically cataloged every artifact, unveiling blood traces under ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, remnants of attempts to purge the stains. Despite the cadaver dog's signals near the dense woods behind the property, no bodies were unearthed beneath the house. As the scrutiny deepened, Detective Keller observed a shift in Mason's demeanor. He reported peculiar incidents, whispers in the night, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but not away, shadowy figures haunting his periphery. A guard was assigned for his protection, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough emerged with the unearthing of land records from county archives. The abode had belonged to a recluse named Victor Blackwood, a hunter who vanished without a trace 15 years ago, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller probed further into the encompassing woods, where a network of crude hunting blinds materialized, strategically stationed along frequented trails. Within one blind, a journal was unearthed, chronicling meticulous observations, details of hikers, their routes, gear, and behaviors. The script evolved from early notes on animal hunting to chilling accounts of humans as prey, culminating in elaborate narratives of selecting and stalking victims. A manhunt ensued for Blackwood, spanning multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the expanse, tactical squads combed every crevice and hollow, yet the quarry remained elusive. Mason ceased all communication. Officers dispatched to his dwelling found it deserted, with a fresh inscription on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The pursuit of Mason stretched on fruitlessly. However, during a subsequent sweep of Blackwood's residence, a ghastly find awaited forensic technicians. Concealed behind a secret panel in the basement, a workshop surfaced, stocked with woodworking tools, wood preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a novel name, unmounted on the external wall. The name struck a chord with Detective Keller. It belonged to the lead forensic examiner who had canvassed the premises initially, absent due to sudden illness, unreachable by phone. Authorities established a vigilant cordon around the house, cameras poised to capture any movement, sensors primed for any intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights later, a signal flared on the sensors. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the woods, towering and sinewy, moving with an uncanny fluidity. As tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered momentarily. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into the ether. To this day, the house remains under ceaseless watch. Mason and the forensic examiner have faded into the realm of the unknown. The probe persists, drawing fresh resources as similar vanishings surface in other wooded domains. The names etched on the wall have become a spectral lore among law enforcers, some shunning their utterance, others steering clear of the case entirely. Local trekkers weave a wide berth around the dwelling, fearful that even speaking of it might consign their names to that dread scroll the names no tongue dares to speak. Story 15, the real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet beneath the worn carpet, a hidden door waited to be discovered by the family. A door with a heavy, rusted handle that required the combined effort of three to pry open. As the door yielded, a rush of stale air, heavy with the scent of damp earth, greeted them. Steps led down into the darkness, beckoning them to explore. Anticipating a storage space, they instead found a solitary chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a chilling display of photographs, images of themselves, captured within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property amidst the harsh grip of winter, when shadows lengthened early, and the skeletal trees of the neighborhood stood stark against the cold sky. The aged two-story structure, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, had drawn them in with promises of character and history. Little did they know the depth of history the house held, and how violently it would collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she detailed the unsettling discovery beneath their very living room floor. Connors wasted no time, instructing her team to document every detail in the basement before further exploration. The basement, no larger than a standard bedroom, greeted them with concrete walls painted a somber gray. A lone chair stood anchored to the floor, while above it a bare bulb cast harsh shadows that danced across the room. Yet it was the row of 37 photographs, meticulously arranged in chronological order, that held their gaze. Each image captured moments of the Mercer family's life, from peaceful slumber to mundane routines. The investigation unveiled a disturbing lack of forced entry or theft. Instead, it appeared that their privacy had been invaded, their sense of security shattered by an unseen presence. Fingerprints belonging to previous owners peppered the space, hinting at a dark secret woven into the house's history. As Connors delved deeper, inconsistencies in the property records emerged. Blueprints altered, permits withdrawn, and inspection reports redacted. The pivotal moment arrived during an interview with the contractor who had renovated the house years prior. His denial of the existence of the basement clashed with the evidence before them, setting the stage for a chilling revelation. Digital forensics unearthed a cache of images and audio recordings, exposing a sophisticated surveillance network woven throughout the house. The perpetrator, Edward Kelvin, the house's elusive builder, had vanished from public records, existing only within the hidden spaces he had meticulously crafted. Kelvin's journal contained meticulous observations of each family that had resided in the house, pointing to a delusional belief in his guardianship over the property. The manhunt for Kelvin led to a startling discovery, a wiry figure curled within the crawl space, his eyes unaccustomed to the light of day. Kelvin's trial laid bare the extent of his voyeuristic obsession, revealing a house designed not as a home, but as a voyeur's playground. The Mercer family, like those before them, fled the property, leaving behind the shadows of their violated privacy. As the house was razed to the ground, the families haunted by the unseen eyes that had watched them in their most intimate moments wondered if they were truly alone, or if the walls still held echoes of a presence they had never truly known. Story 16, the Polaroid lay quietly amidst a sea of faded memories, its corners frayed with age, preserving a snapshot of a birthday long past. Faces frozen in time, smiles captured in shades of gray, and candles flickering with a gentle warmth nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But when Sarah Winters stumbled upon the box of old photos in her mother's attic, a sense of unease crept over her. Amongst the familiar images of family gatherings from her childhood, there was something unsettling lurking in the background. A figure obscured by shadows stood just beyond the reach of the flickering candlelight, his presence subtle yet undeniable. He wasn't a relative, a friend, or anyone Sarah could place, and yet as she sifted through the collection, she noticed a pattern emerging. In each photograph, the mysterious man seemed to draw closer, his form becoming more defined, more tangible with each passing image. Sarah's discovery should have brought comfort, a nostalgic journey through happier times. Instead, it became a doorway to a chilling revelation. The man in the background, a silent observer in the captured moments of joy, began to haunt her thoughts. In the first photo, he was a mere silhouette on the periphery, a spectral presence during her childhood birthday celebration. By the second photo, he had crossed an invisible threshold, stepping into the frame unnoticed. And by the third, he lingered ominously behind her unsuspecting uncle, a shadow in the midst of light. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the unsettling mystery that had unfolded before her eyes. "Dad, who is this man in the background of these photos?" she inquired, her voice quivering with a mix of fear and confusion. His response was a sharp intake of breath, a hesitant silence that spoke volumes. "There shouldn't be anyone there except family," he finally managed to say, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of concern. Desperate for clarity, Sarah shared the digital versions of the haunting Polaroids with her father, hoping for a rational explanation. But his shock mirrored her own when he confirmed that the mysterious figure was indeed present in each image, a ghostly presence that defied explanation. Seeking guidance, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator with a weathered demeanor that belied a keen intellect. Spread across his desk in the dimly lit precinct, the photos told a silent tale of encroaching dread. Rain tapped against the windows, casting ethereal patterns of light and shadow as the detective studied the evidence before him. "And no one recognized this individual?" Detective Reed inquired, his voice a steady anchor in the sea of uncertainty. Sarah shook her head, her gaze fixed on the progression of images that revealed a chilling narrative of silent intrusion. The figure, shrouded in mystery, moved with purpose through the captured moments, a phantom presence edging closer to the unsuspecting children. As the investigation delved deeper, the truth revealed itself in fragments of forgotten horrors. The figure in the photos, always on the periphery, always unnoticed in the moment, held secrets that transcended time. Enhanced images unveiled hidden details, a scar, a ring, a glimpse of a face that had long evaded identification. A breakthrough came in the form of dental records, linking the spectral figure to a man named Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished under suspicious circumstances decades ago. His connection to a string of unsolved child abductions sent shivers down the spines of those involved in the investigation. Keller's presence in the background of Sarah's family photos was a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath familiar faces. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a grim truth emerged. Keller had been a shadow in the lives of many families, a predator disguised in plain sight. His disappearance had obscured the trail of his crimes, leaving behind only echoes in the form of missing children and shattered lives. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, the weight of the revelations pressing down on her. The news of identified remains near one of the vacation properties brought a bittersweet closure to a chapter of unspeakable tragedy. DNA confirmed the identity of one of the missing children, a solemn reminder of the price paid for ignorance. In the final birthday photo, the candles cast a flickering glow on the faces of loved ones frozen in time. And there, just behind her younger self, stood the figure watchful, patient, a specter of past atrocities. The shadows of the past had been brought into the light of justice, their presence finally acknowledged after years of clandestine existence. Sarah gathered the photos, each frame a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk in the corners of memory. The box labeled Memories now held a darker truth, a reminder that some threats are not always visible to the naked eye. Hidden figures move through the tapestry of celebrations, leaving behind a trail of whispered secrets in their wake. And as Sarah closed the lid on the box, she knew that the ghosts of the past would forever linger in the recesses of her mind, a haunting reminder of the fragility of innocence in a world where shadows dance in the light. Story 17. Renovations always have a way of unraveling mysteries long forgotten. Among the dust and debris, old relics of the past emerge, each one whispering a tale of bygone days. Sarah and Michael, a young couple enamored by the charm of a Victorian-era home, embarked on a renovation journey that would reveal more than they bargained for. Beneath the creaking floorboards, hidden from the world for decades, lay a folded letter, its paper yellowed with age and its ink faded but legible. The cryptic message etched on the brittle paper sent shivers down their spines. Don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could comprehend its meaning, the ominous warning was punctuated by 3 sharp knocks that resonated through the empty house, a chilling echo of the past. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner by her side, delved into the mystery that lay buried beneath the floorboards. With gloved hands that had sifted through countless clues, she carefully retrieved the note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had tainted the evidence. As Sarah and Michael recounted the unsettling encounter, Reed observed the genuine fear etched on their faces, a fear that seemed to seep from the very walls of the historic home. Background checks painted a picture of normalcy for the young couple, their lives seemingly devoid of any dark shadows. However, the house itself bore the weight of a complex history, once belonging to the enigmatic Hargrove family. Following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, the house had stood vacant, guarding its secrets until Sarah and Michael unwittingly unearthed a long-buried truth. Forensic analysis of the note hinted at a tale of fear and urgency, dating back 2 decades. Margaret, a widow living in solitude after the passing of her husband, Franklin, had penned the warning in a moment of distress. Reed's investigation led her down a winding path of whispered rumors and faded memories, revealing a past fraught with hidden tensions. Franklin, a respected teacher turned recluse, had harbored a growing paranoia in his final years, haunted by a mysterious figure known only as the Collector. As Reed pieced together fragments of the past, a sinister narrative began to unfold, shedding light on the dark underbelly of the Hargrove household. The breakthrough came in the form of Margaret's frail sister, whose fading recollections hinted at a long-buried secret. Trembling whispers spoke of debts unpaid, and a relentless visitor who heralded his presence with 3 ominous knocks, a man known as Victor Mercer, a lone shark entangled in the web of illegal gambling. With meticulous precision, Reed and her team excavated the hidden truths that lay beneath the floorboards, unearthing a grim discovery that shattered the veil of time. A male skeleton, bearing the marks of a violent end, lay hidden beneath the foundation, a silent witness to a tale of betrayal and desperation. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Margaret's diaries emerged as poignant testaments to a life overshadowed by fear and guilt. The tragic saga of Franklin's downfall at the hands of the elusive collector unfolded, revealing a web of deceit and tragedy that had remained hidden for decades. The case, though cold and aged, found its resolution in the return of Victor Mercer's remains to his long-forgotten family. Justice, albeit delayed, had finally been served, closing the chapter on a haunting chapter of the house's history. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the revelations that lurked within the walls of their home, chose to part ways with the Victorian estate, leaving it to stand in silence once more. Local whispers spoke of eerie occurrences in the dead of night, where the echoes of 3 distinct knocks reverberated through the empty halls, a ghostly reminder of the past that refused to be forgotten. The note, now a relic of a bygone era, remained locked away in evidence storage, its enigmatic message serving as a chilling testament to the mysteries that lingered within the walls of the old house. Detective Reed, in her final report, mused on the elusive nature of truth, acknowledging that some secrets are destined to remain shrouded in shadows, their full extent never truly unveiled. Story 18. The worn envelope exuded a sense of history, its corners tinged with age, yet the stamp bore the freshness of recent days. With meticulous care, the detective peeled it open, revealing a solitary sheet of paper. Typed in a hurried, uneven script were the words, "I am sorry for what I did." As Detective Sarah Morgan delicately handled the paper, a faint dampness clung to her gloves, carrying with it a metallic scent that lingered in the air. It was only upon closer inspection that a reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her eye, distinct from any ink she had encountered before. Placing the letter into an evidence bag, Morgan's trained fingers navigated the task with precision. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the reddish stain was indeed human blood, matching the DNA profile from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, her notes strewn about a grim tableau hinting at a connection between the attack and the story she had been pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had remained cold until the arrival of this enigmatic letter at the homicide division. Addressed simply, it bore scant fingerprints, hinting at a meticulous sender who had taken care to conceal their identity. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, providing the team with a tangible light after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the letter at the center of the board, adorned with a mosaic of crime scene photos and investigative threads that had led to dead ends. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room, her voice a whisper amidst the quiet intensity. "Our perpetrator shows signs of remorse." Detective James Chen, her stalwart partner in the investigation, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a guise, a performance to deceive us," he posited, his voice a counterpoint to Morgan's cautious optimism. The forensics team's discovery of the typewriter's antiquated origin added a layer of intrigue, a relic from a bygone era, now a key piece in a modern-day mystery. As the inquiry gained momentum, the detectives delved into Rebecca's life, uncovering a trail of determination and integrity. Her pursuit of exposing corruption had led her to the doorstep of a powerful family embroiled in a web of deceit and betrayal. Interviews with her loved ones unveiled whispers of a shadowy figure trailing her steps, a detail that now carried grave significance in the wake of the blood-stained letters. With each revelation, the web of suspicion tightened. A second letter arrived, echoing the first in its ominous tone, hinting at secrets too dangerous to be left unearthed. The trail led to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the detectives confronted the heirs, each harboring their own secrets and lies. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed to a member of the family, unraveling a tapestry of deceit woven with vintage typewriters and clandestine alliances. The convergence of evidence linked two unlikely collaborators, Richard and Michael, in a scheme that had escalated beyond control. The courtroom became a stage for truth and justice as revelations poured forth, illuminating the tangled web of betrayal and greed that had led to Rebecca's demise. The weight of guilt bore down on the guilty, their facades crumbling in the face of irrefutable evidence. In the end, as the gavel fell and the echoes of justice reverberated through the chamber, Detective Morgan found solace in the closure brought to Rebecca's grieving parents. The blood-stained letters, now silent witnesses to a tragedy, served as a stark reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes could not escape the haunting specter of remorse. Rebecca Warren's story, once shrouded in darkness, now stood as a beacon of lessons learned, a testament to the enduring power of conscience in the pursuit of truth. Story 19: The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air around her. The old house, abandoned for years, exuded a sense of forgotten elegance, its once grand walls now peeling and its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. As she wandered through the silent rooms, it felt as though she had stumbled into a frozen moment in time, suspended in a trance of bygone memories. But amidst this eerie stillness, there was a peculiar anomaly that captured her attention: the doors. Each one she opened, each handle she turned, all led her back to the same room, the parlor, a maze of corridors and chambers, all converging back to where she started. The only way out seemed to be the way she had come, yet when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished, leaving her trapped within the mysterious confines of the house. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the abandoned Victorian from a mere relic to a haunting crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dim interior, their presence like fleeting shadows in the gloom. The house had long held a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses spun wildly, where whispers of unseen eyes watching lingered in the air. Now, beneath its faded facade, lay secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. The initial examination suggests she's been deceased for approximately 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely a whisper in the heavy silence. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands clasped neatly in her lap as if awaiting a guest. No signs of struggle marred her peaceful countenance, no wounds of defense. The scene exuded a chilling tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who discovered the body. Her partner replied, a real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her presence, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained abandoned since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior, entangled in legal disputes and forgotten by all but vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had been drawn to the enigmatic Victorian. Known for her meticulous nature and fascination with spaces that defied conventional design, the house's reputation for disorienting visitors had undoubtedly beckoned to her curious spirit. Lind noted, her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, mentioning Morgan's venture to the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling cold spots that defied explanation, and doors that seemed to lead to ever-shifting destinations. In her final musings, she spoke of carrying specialized equipment to capture what she referred to as spatial inconsistencies, equipment now conspicuously absent. The autopsy yielded a startling revelation: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in shamanic rituals. While known to induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the amount detected was insufficient to be lethal. She was not one to partake in recreational substances, asserted her boyfriend during interrogation. Morgan held her research to the highest standards. She would not have jeopardized her perception willingly. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone hinted at clandestine conversations with a kindred spirit who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to grasp its arcane truths. The exchanges grew increasingly intimate and cryptic, alluding to the house harboring untold secrets waiting to be unveiled. The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated Morgan's interest. Their professional rapport had blossomed into a more personal connection, with Reeves expressing profound grief at her tragic demise. "The house carries a legacy," he divulged. Its original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its very fabric, intending to bewilder and confound. Morgan believed there was a deeper significance to it, beyond mere architectural trickery. Reeves, however, possessed a solid alibi for the presumed time of Morgan's passing, supported by university symposium footage locating him miles away. A break in the case emerged from an unexpected source: the grandson of a leaner Blackwood residing overseas. Upon contact, he unveiled a long-guarded family secret. "My grandmother was not the sole Blackwood to meet her end within those walls," he disclosed. "Others succumbed in the parlor, always found in peaceful repose." The family dubbed it the claiming. Ancient journals unearthed by the grandson chronicled a chilling pattern of deaths officially attributed to natural causes, all linked to prolonged exposure within the house. Investigators stumbled upon a concealed compartment behind the parlor's hearth, revealing Morgan's missing equipment alongside a peculiar chamber housing artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a cryptic pattern. At its heart rested a weathered figurine embodying a deity associated with liminal realms' thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid matching Morgan's toxicology were discovered on these relics, hinting at a deeper connection. The case took a harrowing turn when dust analysis within the house unveiled foreign fingerprints distinct from Morgan's or any known visitors, hinting at a sinister presence during her final moments. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's eerie pose with the same alkaloid present in his system. Clutched in his grasp was a key, inexplicably fitting the hidden compartment within the Victorian, a key to mysteries unsolved. In his parting email, Reeves penned, "The house ensnares not the body, but the mind." Morgan was correct, the doors lead where they always have, yet an unseen force muddles one's sense of direction. Once the truth dawns upon you, escape is feasible, but by then the desire to depart wanes. The case lingered as an open enigma, shrouded in suspicion and intrigue. The condemned Victorian now stood silent, its secrets entombed within its forsaken walls, guarded by the veils of time. Whispers persisted among the locals of spectral lights flickering within on moonlit nights, of visitors who ventured in but never emerged. Some claimed the house ensnared those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, while others believed Morgan and Reeves had unearthed a primal force existing within the interstices of reality. The truth remained as elusive as an exit in a house where every door led back to the beginning, a riddle echoing through the corridors of time. Story 20: Reflections of Identity. She cleared the mist from the mirror, gazing into her own reflection, seeking familiarity. Yet an unsettling feeling crept in, a subtle unease that grew with each passing moment, a flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not her own. As she turned away, her reflection remained fixed, watching her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, a story that would bewilder investigators and cast a haunting shadow over a tranquil community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment in a serene suburban neighborhood, a solitary figure cloaked in routine and precision. Her friends painted her as methodical, reserved, a woman who kept her distance while maintaining a cordial relationship with her neighbors. A data analyst by profession, her life revolved around order and predictability. Never did anyone suspect that she would be thrust into the heart of one of the most perplexing criminal mysteries of the era. The first signs were subtle, easily brushed off as mere quirks of the mind. Objects in her home shifted inexplicably, a coffee mug on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. Rebecca attributed these anomalies to fatigue, the consequence of long hours spent immersed in the world of data and statistics. It wasn't until weeks passed and the disturbances persisted that she reached out to the authorities, her sense of unease escalating with each minor alteration. Detective Marion Shaw received Rebecca's initial report with a hint of skepticism, deeming it more suited for mental health services than a criminal investigation. There were no signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a pervasive sense of wrongness within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror, a moment etched vividly in Rebecca's retelling. Her reflection seemed to move independently, a silent observer in the looking glass, casting doubt on the very essence of reality. The revelation came in the form of security footage captured by a camera discreetly planted at her front door. The video unveiled a chilling truth: a figure identical to Rebecca, using a key to access her apartment while she was miles away at her workplace. Forensic scrutiny confirmed no tampering, no digital trickery, just a perfect replica of Rebecca going about her daily routines in her absence. Detective Shaw's assessment was unequivocal: a doppelganger, meticulously studying Rebecca's every nuance to replicate her existence with eerie precision. The investigation spiraled into a labyrinth of perplexity, with fingerprints pointing solely to Rebecca and no trace of foreign DNA within her abode. Neighbors attested to the normalcy of her comings and goings, oblivious to the sinister shadow that lurked beneath the facade of suburban tranquility. As the disturbances escalated, Rebecca meticulously documented each aberration, each subtle intrusion into her life. Food vanished from her refrigerator, mysterious searches appeared on her computer, and eerie selfies surfaced on her phone, images of herself bearing a disconcerting resemblance yet devoid of her memory. A sense of impending madness gripped her, a feeling that someone was orchestrating a malevolent game at her expense. The breakthrough emerged when a pattern surfaced in the surveillance footage, a calculated intrusion orchestrated during specific absences tied to prearranged appointments. It was no random act, but a targeted scheme of surveillance and infiltration, orchestrated by an unseen puppeteer with a chilling fixation on Rebecca's identity. A forensic psychologist delved into the psyche of the perpetrator, unearthing a tale of obsession and delusion. The culprit, it seemed, harbored a fractured mind fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, erasing her very existence in the process. Clues led to a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose erratic conduct and unsettling proclamations hinted at a dangerous infatuation with Rebecca's persona. A search of Lily's abode uncovered a nightmarish tableau, a room transformed into a shrine dedicated to Rebecca, a meticulous replica of her life meticulously curated. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing Rebecca's every move, while a closet harbored duplicates of her attire. Makeup, notes detailing her habits, and unsettling video recordings of mimicry painted a chilling portrait of a mind unhinged. The revelation of sophisticated tools for replication and surveillance hinted at a sinister agenda that eluded comprehension, veiled behind cryptic journal entries oscillating between identities, blurring the lines of reality and obsession. Before authorities could apprehend Lily, she vanished, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of dread. Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, cloaked in anonymity and seclusion, while the specter of Lily's deception loomed large. The final twist unfurled when reports surfaced of Rebecca's phantom presence in her former workplace, a ghostly echo of her existence haunting the corridors she once traversed. It became evident Lily had assumed Rebecca's mantle, seamlessly slipping into her life while the real Rebecca sought refuge in the shadows. To this day, the case remains unresolved, a poignant reminder of the fragility of identity and the chilling extent of human obsession. Lily Winters remains at large, a phantom of duplicity and deceit. Rebecca Thorne, now a specter of her former self, wanders in anonymity, guarding her newfound identity with vigilance. Detective Shaw, the silent guardian of their intertwined destinies, stares at the photograph on her desk, a haunting reflection of two souls entwined in a web of identity and illusion. As the night descends and shadows dance in the dim light, she whispers a somber truth to the winds, a truth that echoes through the corridors of time. Identity is not merely a reflection, it is the essence of our being, a fragile tapestry we weave with every breath. And in the shadows lurks the chilling reminder that sometimes our reflection may seek to usurp us, erasing the very essence of who we are. Story 21. The new proprietors perceived it as a mere quirk, the crackling of the ancient intercom system late at night, a relic from a bygone era, rewired but long forsaken. Then on a solitary night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why have you returned?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, murmured, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor stood nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its worn facade contrasting with the modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the estate at a surprisingly modest price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the tour. The intercom system, a vintage feature linking all chambers, had captivated the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked car. The call had come in as a possible break-in, but a hint in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, tall and ashen, welcomed her at the entrance, his complexion pale even in the faint porch light. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, guiding Detective Reeves through the majestic foyer. Initially just static, then whispers, then coherent sentences. My wife assumed I was imagining things until she too heard it. In the sitting room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique settee, hands tightly grasping a steaming mug left untouched. We stumbled upon something hidden behind the wall, she disclosed abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and as he removed the drywall, her voice faltered. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, they had unearthed a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately unfolding its brittle pages. The script, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent former proprietor. The entries chronicled her escalating suspicion that her husband Vincent intended to harm her. The ultimate entry was dated 3 decades ago, Daniel elucidated. And then silence. The prior owners stated they purchased it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered the history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the erstwhile inhabitants of the house. Records indicated Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina purportedly departed from him. No divorce records existed, no change of residence, no financial transactions under Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves marshaled a team for a thorough examination of the property. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, displaying signs of head trauma from blunt force. A golden wedding band discovered amid the remains bore the inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly took form. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease speaking," Vincent uttered, his voice ominously tranquil. "Always prattling through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she reconnected it herself. Claimed she wanted to be able to reach me always, no matter where I was in the house." He gazed blankly. I yearned for silence. During his admission, Vincent disclosed how he meticulously fabricated the tale of Alina deserting him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, scripted in forged handwriting. He had resided in the house for years thereafter, treading daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent confessing to the murder. The presiding judge noted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they conducted a memorial for Alina in the garden, now refurbished following the investigation. The intercom system was dismantled during the subsequent renovations by the new owners. Workers reported hearing crackling and whispers during the removal, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. As she shut the manila folder, she pondered how the house itself seemed to transcend time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all thanks to Alina finding a means to make her voice heard. Among local law enforcement, the case was dubbed the house that responded. Detective Reeves would occasionally drive past the property on her way home. She never halted, but she would slow down, window slightly ajar, listening for whispers carried by the breeze. Story 22. They stumbled upon it in the attic, concealed beneath a worn-out blanket. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, with its piercing blue eyes wide and unwavering. It was unfamiliar to both of them. They brushed it off as just another forgotten relic. However, that night, as they nestled into bed, a sense of unease crept in. The air grew heavier and the silence lingered. Come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic. Instead, it sat solemnly at the end of their bed. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had acquired the Victorian mansion at an auction, captivated by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled past. They were drawn to the stories woven into its very foundation, little knowing they would soon become entwined in its tale. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a brisk autumn morning. The female victim was found in the master bedroom, her body contorted into an unnatural pose, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide open in terror. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as though in a futile attempt to flee. The scene was pristine, no forced entries, no signs of struggle apart from the final moments. "The positioning is intentional," murmured Detective Winters, her voice soft as she narrated details into her recorder while crime scene photographers meticulously documented every nuance. The female victim seems staged, like a doll plucked from a display case. The investigation commenced with thorough interrogations of neighbors. An elderly lady recalled glimpsing a shadow flitting behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been away at work. Another mentioned hearing what seemed like a child's laughter emanating from the vacant house at night. Each testimony added a layer of disquiet to the burgeoning case. Forensic analysis unveiled minute fibers scattered throughout the residence, vintage cotton and silk, akin to materials used in antique doll attire. They congregated around the victims in the attic space. More disconcerting was the absence of any foreign fingerprints, DNA, or footprints in the dust. "It's as though the perpetrator was never physically present," remarked the lead forensic analyst, perplexed by the enigma. The focus shifted to the property's history. Records unveiled a recurring pattern: 3 previous proprietors over 6 decades met mysterious ends. Each case remained unresolved, marked by inexplicable anomalies. One family reported discovering antique toys in freshly cleaned rooms. Another documented hearing footsteps when the house was deserted. Delving deeper, Detective Winters unearthed a newspaper clipping from decades past. A renowned doll maker had once resided in the house with his daughter, who perished under dubious circumstances. Before taking his own life, the doll maker fashioned one last doll, an exact replica of his daughter. The inventory list from Sarah and Michael's purchase made no mention of such a doll. A breakthrough emerged when old photographs were found in a concealed compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Among the images, one doll stood out, a mirror image of the one encountered by Sarah and Michael. The doll seemed to shift positions in the photos, giving an eerie impression of movement between shots taken moments apart. Infrared scans disclosed chilling evidence: minuscule handprints, imperceptible to the naked eye, trailed from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a peculiar residue of porcelain dust intermingled with unidentifiable organic matter. The investigation took a surreal turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman divulged family lore of the doll maker, infusing his creations with unconventional elements and techniques, allegedly incorporating human fragments to breathe life into them. She spoke of esoteric rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, wisdom the doll maker acquired during his travels. "The most flawless dolls," she whispered, "were never mere playthings." Following this revelation, the investigation hit a dead end. No suspects surfaced, no conventional rationale aligned with the evidence. The case remained open but grew cold. Detective Winters opted to retain the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the precinct. The next day, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. Detective Winters was discovered at her desk, disoriented but unscathed, with no recollection of the previous night. Surveillance footage during the mysterious hours showed only static. The mansion was auctioned off once more, its troubled past overshadowing its architectural grandeur, leading to a diminished selling price. The new owners uncovered the attic void of any presence save for a neatly folded, tattered blanket. The doll was never retrieved, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the roster of unsolved mysteries occasionally whispered about in the precinct. Some claim to have glimpsed it in the evidence storage, though inventory checks yielded no confirmation. Detective Winters retired prematurely, citing personal reasons. On her final day, she withdrew a solitary item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope labeled "Never Open" and stowed it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, opting to leave the attic undisturbed. Yet on tranquil evenings, neighbors would recount spotting a faint shadow behind the attic window and hearing what resembled the gentle laughter of a child. Story 23. The parcel arrived without a trace of its origin, no return label, no tracking number. Just a humble cardboard box kissed by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, though her address was correct, only the name was amiss. Sarah Miller hesitated, a fleeting moment where she could have ignored it, left it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that insatiable urge, won over her rational thoughts. She carefully unsealed the box, anticipating the mundane contents. One might expect books, clothes, perhaps. Yet what lay inside was far from ordinary. A solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a lone sticky note that simply read, "Watch alone." Sarah held the mysterious object in her hands, sensing an inexplicable weight to it, a weight that seemed to carry the burden of something forbidden. Her fingertips lingered on the worn edges of the tape, tracing the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen imbued with a sense of haste. As she stood in her kitchen, the backdrop of suburban tranquility surrounding her, Sarah felt a shiver of unease creep into her mind. The neighborhood carried on with its routine symphony, the distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children playing, the drone of a lawnmower in the distance, oblivious to the enigma that had just been delivered to her doorstep. Bringing the package inside, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty gnawing at her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. In her 4 years of residency, she had never come across that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell to the house, leaving behind memories of their golden years. Curiosity clashed with unease as she eyed her old VCR, a relic of the past kept for nostalgia's sake. There was something about the tape that beckoned to her, a mystery swathed in faded black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the VCR. Static crackled on the screen initially, slowly sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they'll find me too." Leaning forward, he revealed a face etched with exhaustion and vigilance, eyes sunken, stubble adorning his jaw, hair unkempt. "I didn't harm her. It's crucial you know that. They've planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never laid a hand on her." As the camera trembled, Daniel adjusted its position, offering glimpses of the sparse surroundings, a bare room, minimalistic furnishings, the temporary refuge of someone on the brink of departure. "They fabricated everything. The official narrative will suggest I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our altercation. It's all a fabrication. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face when it flashed on the news." His voice wavered, lifeless, slain in her own home. And yet my DNA was inexplicably present at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape resting on her desk, the fifth one to materialize. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man officially implicated in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace on the day her lifeless form was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward. A young professional woman strangled within her own sanctuary. No signs of forced entry, only traces of a struggle. DNA evidence unequivocally pointing toward Whitaker, his fingerprints already cataloged in the system from a past transgression. Eyewitnesses reported his presence near her residence in the weeks leading to the tragedy. Cell phone records placing him in the vicinity on the fateful night. But then the tapes emerged. The tapes introduce a layer of complexity. Detective Ramirez articulated into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate deception or exposing a darker truth. Her gaze lingered on the evidence board, a collage of Catherine Walsh's radiant smiles, the harrowing crime scene snapshots, maps charting the delivery points of the enigmatic packages, and at the heart of it all, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo, his eyes imploring. The investigation took an unforeseen turn when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower lawsuit against her employer, Pharmacorp, a formidable pharmaceutical entity with governmental ties. Walsh had unearthed discrepancies in their clinical trial data, evidence of concealed side effects in a hastily launched drug. She was set to testify. A former colleague confided to Ramirez in hushed tones, casting wary glances around. Catherine possessed documents, concrete evidence that the executives were aware of the issues and chose to bury them. The trial was imminent. Ominous disparities began to surface. The DNA traces seemed too precise, located in areas incongruent with the crime's narrative. Witness statements regarding Whitaker appeared rehearsed, echoing identical phrases across varied testimonies. Most disconcerting was the inexplicable corruption of surveillance footage from neighboring establishments during the window encompassing the crime. 3 days following the initial tape, Sarah Miller received a subsequent package. This time, it harbored a trove of documents, clinical trial reports, internal correspondences, email transcripts, all originating from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal, each piece of evidence affirming her righteousness. The trajectory of the investigation altered course as Detective Ramirez established communication with the other tape recipients, weaving together Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had been employed in IT security for a contractor servicing Pharmacorp systems. He had never crossed paths with Catherine, yet he had stumbled upon her name flagged within an anomalous security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were surveilling her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I witnessed the surveillance directives in the system. They knew she was accumulating proof, and then I found myself barred from the network. The subsequent day, she was gone, and inexplicably I was cast as the perpetrator. The case unraveled when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail on her copy of the tape that had eluded others. A reflection within a window behind Whitaker unveiled a series of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the precise location. Within Unit 217, they unearthed a treasure trove, Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Catherine's original files, and most damningly, meticulous schematics outlining Whitaker's framing. Penned in the handwriting of Pharmacorp security head, a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence handling protocols. Justice didn't manifest through a dramatic apprehension, but rather through the methodical accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictments. The security chief confessed, accepting a plea bargain to testify against his superiors. The drug's consideration for market release was revoked. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, a shadow of his former self, marked indelibly by his fugitive existence. The charges against him were dismissed, but the ordeal had etched its scars upon him. Sarah Miller encountered him once more when he arrived to reclaim his tape. They exchanged a few words on her porch, the very spot where his enigmatic parcel had first arrived. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why was it sent to my address?" He regarded her wearily. "The algorithm selected you. I required individuals devoid of any ties to me, or Catherine individuals who wouldn't be under surveillance. Individuals who might retain faith in their discernment amidst the media's portrayal of my guilt." The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in silence, pondering the fragile boundary between justice and manufactured falsehoods. Finally, Sarah voiced. The erroneous address turned out to be the precise one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth sometimes arrives in cryptic packages, bearing unfamiliar appellations, awaiting the inquisitive soul willing to unravel their enigma. Story 24. In the beginning, there was a faint flicker, a mere blip in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as a glitch, attributing it to interference. But then the audio crackled, and a voice, soft as a whisper, echoed, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, freezing her blood in its tracks. Hastily she dashed to her son's room, her heart drumming in her chest, only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the plush rabbit lying on the floor, its glossy black eyes fixed on her. Later, Rebecca recounted to the authorities how she screamed until her voice turned raw, her cries piercing the night and reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who promptly summoned help. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her cradling the rabbit, swaying back and forth on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace. Initial inquiries yielded little insight. There were no signs of forced entry. The security system had remained active, and the recorded footage from the baby monitor showed nothing amiss before the eerie voice and static disrupted the silence of the night. Investigators found themselves perplexed. How could someone infiltrate a locked residence, snatch a child, and depart without a trace save for a displaced toy? Suspicion soon turned to Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business, their marriage strained since Samuel's arrival. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's struggle with postpartum depression. A detective noted her unsettling composure during questioning, deeming it peculiar for a mother grappling with the sudden disappearance of her child. Hushed conversations rippled through the community. Then a breakthrough emerged. Forensic analysis unveiled minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household textiles or the family's attire. These fibers belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at the possibility of a skilled intruder gaining access to the second-story nursery from outside. The focus of the investigation shifted. Surveillance footage from neighboring homes captured a shadowy figure flitting between darkness on the fateful night. A fragment of a footprint in the garden soil matched the tread of a specialized boot utilized by military personnel and adept climbers. Rebecca faded from scrutiny. Daniel returned from his trip bewildered and distressed. Anomalies on his hands, resembling calluses, piqued investigators' interest. He revealed rock climbing as a recent stress-relieving hobby. Detectives exchanged knowing glances. Financial records unveiled a disconcerting revelation. Daniel had acquired a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone logs unveiled multiple calls to an unidentified number, ceasing the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn with the revelation of Daniel's secret second family in another locale, unbeknownst to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a pivotal piece of evidence. Digital scrutiny exposed hacking of the device. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The eerie voice that beckoned sleep didn't emanate from the nursery, it had been remotely transmitted to Rebecca's bedside receiver. Tracing the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where a startling revelation awaited them. Samuel was found alive under the care of a woman named Elaine. She offered no resistance as she was apprehended, her eyes vacant as she was led away in restraints. Connections surfaced through old photographs and DNA analysis. Elaine was Daniel's first wife, who had endured a miscarriage years prior. Their marriage crumbled post-tragedy, yet Elaine never recovered from the loss. She had monitored Daniel's life from a distance, observing as he forged a new family with Rebecca. Daniel disavowed any involvement, but digital footprints painted a different narrative. Fibers from his climbing gear matched those on the windowsill, his boots corresponding to the partial print in the garden. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine outlined their scheme. He would facilitate entry via the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed as rightfully hers, and the insurance proceeds would fuel their fresh start together. During the trial, a hush descended upon the courtroom as the prosecution aired the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Amidst the unsettling whispers that haunted Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists discerned another sound in the backdrop: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene of the abduction he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly reached a verdict. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel departed to rebuild their lives, seeking solace away from the harrowing memories. The case reshaped investigative approaches to contemporary abductions. Baby monitors nationwide underwent scrutiny for vulnerabilities. Parents fortified nurseries with additional safeguards, and security experts warned of the escalating sophistication of crimes exploiting technology against the most defenseless victims. Samuel grew up shielded from the memory of his disappearance. Rebecca safeguarded the plush rabbit, concealed in a box within her closet. She couldn't part with it, nor could she bear to confront those glassy black eyes that had borne witness to the truth veiled within the whispers carried by the baby monitor through the shadows. The monitor never deceived. It had captured the veracity of that night, albeit in a manner unforeseen by all. Story 25. In the quiet solitude of a small cottage, a wooden plank betrayed its secrets with a subtle shift under her weight. She paused, sensing the change beneath her feet, a gentle nudge from the hidden world below. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, revealing a mysterious gap. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of hidden depths waiting to be uncovered. With delicate precision, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that yawned beneath the house. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, shapes began to materialize. A mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a worn notebook filled with pages upon pages of a name repeated endlessly her name. Detective Morgan Reed observed from behind as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss that lay beneath her new home. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden room that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of something sinister into her newfound haven. "Be cautious, don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice was a soothing anchor in the eerie silence. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photographs of Sarah, images captured without her knowledge, a shrine of obsession concealed beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property had stood vacant for months, its secrets lying dormant until Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and renovation potential, with no hint of a hidden chamber lurking beneath. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice trembled in the dim light. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. The basement was supposed to be sealed off ages ago. That's what the inspection report stated." As crime scene investigators descended upon the hidden room, the truth began to unfurl. Every surface bore the fingerprints of Walter Green, a man who had been meticulously watching Sarah for years, blending into the backdrop of her life without her ever suspecting his presence. The psychologist briefed the investigators on the escalating nature of Walter's fixation, the transition from idle fantasies to sinister plans. The hidden room was a chilling testament to his intentions, a stage set for a twisted performance that Sarah was unknowingly cast in. Detective Reed's inquiries led her to a former co-worker of Walter's, whose hesitant revelations hinted at a deeper obsession than anyone had imagined. A key found in Walter's locker unlocked a storage unit, revealing a meticulous replica of Sarah's former life, a chilling mirror image crafted by a man consumed by delusion. Walter's past of institutionalization for erotomania shed light on his dark descent into obsession, triggered by a chance encounter with Sarah. The investigation painted a grim picture of a man who believed in a love that existed only in his fractured mind, a love that would bind him to Sarah in a twisted fate. Sarah, haunted by the shadows of Walter's fixation, made the decision to sever ties with the cottage, to escape the specter that lingered in its hidden corners. As she stood in the empty living room, she pondered the what-ifs that could have led to a different, darker outcome if not for that fateful discovery beneath the floorboards. The case closed with Walter's death, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a stark reminder of the thin line between safety and peril that Sarah had unknowingly danced upon. She vanished into the distance, a survivor reshaping her life to evade the shadows of her past. The cottage passed into new hands, ignorant of the secrets buried beneath its floor. The hidden room was sealed, the echoes of Walter's obsession fading into the past. Life carried on, but for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden chamber lingered as a cautionary whisper of the dangers that lurk unseen, of the monsters that stalk in shadows, and the victims who narrowly evade their grasp. Story 26. The dwelling had sat in silence for what felt like an eternity, untouched by life, untouched by time. Whispers from the neighbors hinted that the last inhabitant, a young woman, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that seemed to seep into the very walls. When the new residents crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight: the bedroom door stubbornly locked, secrets hidden within. With a determined effort, they forced their way in, breaking the seal of years gone by. The room exhaled a stagnant breath, a dance of dust motes swirling in the air, settling like forgotten memories. Everything appeared frozen in time, the bed neatly made, the mirror polished to a gleam. A solitary candle stood vigil on the desk, its once vibrant flame reduced to a mere whisper of wax, frozen in time like tears shed in solitude. And there upon the desk lay a notebook, its pages whispering of a story untold. Detective Morgan, with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's, delved into the notebook's depths while forensic hands danced delicately, seeking truth in fingerprints left behind. Elise Winters, a name etched in ink on the pages, her voice echoing through time from the depths of the written word. A young soul, 26 years adrift in the shadows, reported missing, lost to the wind almost 5 years past. Her script, a tapestry of ink upon parchment, spoke of a growing unease, a creeping shadow that danced on the edges of her existence. The words flowed with precision until the final entry, where the pen bore down with a weight that echoed through the empty spaces. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink whispered. "The shadows linger, the whispers grow. If fate should find me, know it was no chance encounter." The detective closed the book, a shroud of mystery enveloping the room like a fog rolling in from distant shores. A scent lingered in the air, a hint of dust mingling with a faint, elusive chemical fragrance. The landlord, a specter in the doorway, his face a canvas of pallor, murmured words lost to the echoes of time. "We checked every corner, every crevice," he muttered, a tremor in his voice. "That door was never meant to be sealed." Elise, a paralegal in the confines of Harriman and Associates, a world veiled in shadows and secrets. Her colleagues spoke in hushed tones of a meticulous soul, a seeker of truths hidden beneath layers of deception. She delved too deep. Her supervisor's voice echoed through the room, a ghostly whisper. The files, the numbers, they painted a canvas of deceit, a tapestry woven with threads of darkness. The room held its secrets close, revealing little to the prying eyes of the investigators. No traces of struggle, no crimson stains upon the floorboards, just a snapshot frozen in time, a moment suspended in the amber of memory. The candle, a silent sentinel, cast shadows upon the desk, a witness to the unseen. Beneath the surface, hidden from the naked eye, a revelation waited. A loose floorboard, a gateway to truths untold. A key, a flash of silver in the darkness, unlocking a Pandora's box of secrets. Documents whispered of transactions veiled in shadows, of truths buried beneath layers of deception. The truth, a double-edged sword, a beacon in the night. The echoes of the past reverberated through the halls of justice, exposing a web of lies spun by hands stained with deceit. Elise's voice, a haunting melody, danced through the recordings, a testament to courage in the face of darkness. The truth, a bitter pill to swallow, a mirage shattered by the light of day. Vincent Harriman, a shadow among shadows, his mask slipping in the harsh glare of truth. The evidence, a tapestry woven with threads of guilt, a portrait of a man consumed by his own deception. The hidden passage, a doorway to justice, a path leading to the heart of the mystery. In the end, justice stood tall, a beacon in the night, a whisper of hope in a world veiled in shadows. Elise's legacy, a testament to the power of truth, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, a single candle can illuminate the way. The room remained a shrine to her memory, a testament to her courage, a beacon in the night. The house, a sentinel in the darkness, stood silent and empty, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. The truth, a specter haunting the halls, a reminder that justice, though delayed, will always find its mark. And as the night wrapped its cloak around the world, a single light flickered in the upstairs window, a silent vigil for a soul that refused to be silenced. Story 27, The Tale of the Haunted Mask. The old costume shop was in the process of closing its doors, a final clearing out of dusty relics and forgotten treasures. Among the remnants of disguises and characters long gone, a woman discovered a mask unlike any other. It rested upon a neglected shelf, its features delicate yet unnervingly lifelike, as if it held a secret life of its own. As she brought the mask to the cashier to purchase, a sense of unease crept over the shop. The cashier hesitated, his voice barely a whisper as he muttered, "That's not ours." Bewildered, the woman checked for a tag, but the mask bore no label. With a shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the mysterious presence she welcomed into her life. That very night, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting. Startled, she reached for the light, only to find the mask missing from its place on the dresser. Heart pounding, she turned to see it perched on her nightstand, facing her with an eerie stillness that sent shivers down her spine. The woman known as Catherine Reed met a tragic fate that same night, her life ending in a way that defied explanation. Her neighbor, drawn by the sight of an open door and the absence of her usual activity, stumbled upon a scene that would baffle investigators for years to come. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, where the morning light spilled into the darkened home, illuminating the silent tragedy that had unfolded. The details whispered of a disturbance, yet the room held an air of quiet mystery, as if the walls themselves held secrets waiting to be uncovered. As forensics meticulously documented the scene, the detective's keen eye caught subtle clues: a drawer left ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass, ordinary yet out of place in the tragedy that had befallen Catherine Reed. The medical examiner's findings only deepened the enigma, with no clear cause of death except for the terror etched into the woman's frozen expression. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her discerning eye, had unwittingly stumbled into a web of darkness woven around the mysterious mask. Her colleagues spoke of her keen eye for authenticity, a gift that may have led her down a path she could never have foreseen. The investigation took a chilling turn as security footage from the costume shop revealed the enigmatic origins of the mask. The cashier's confusion, the owner's denial, hints of a sinister presence that lurked beyond the realm of the known. Delving deeper, the detective uncovered a trail of strange deaths linked to similar masks, each victim succumbing to an inexplicable terror that stole their final breath. The threads of fate intertwined as the mystery deepened, drawing the detective into a world where ancient rituals and unspeakable forces held sway. A retired detective shared a revelation, unveiling the dark truth hidden within the mask's ancient symbols, hinting at a ritual of soul transference, a malevolent entity seeking new hosts through a cycle of death and rebirth. In a journal hidden within Catherine's home, the final entry bore witness to her growing terror as she uncovered the sinister nature of the mask that had invaded her life. Her words spoke of a malevolent presence, a watcher in the shadows that hungered for souls to claim as its own. The investigation culminated in a chilling discovery: the cause of Catherine's death, a heart stopped by sheer terror, a fear so profound it defied comprehension. The mask, a vessel for a darkness that sought to consume all who dared to peer behind its empty gaze. Surveillance footage captured a figure leaving Catherine's home, a phantom wearing her likeness but moving with an unnatural stiffness, a puppet controlled by unseen hands. The hunt for the missing mask led to dead ends as it vanished like a wisp of smoke, only to resurface in distant lands, its hunger unabated. The detective, haunted by the specter of the mask, kept Catherine's journal closed, a testament to the horrors that lurked in the shadows. In the still of the night, she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her, a reminder that the mask still sought its next victim, its hunger eternal and insatiable. As the tale whispered through the darkened corridors of time, the mask remained a phantom, a vessel waiting to be filled with the essence of those who dared to gaze into its depths. And in the quiet hours before dawn, another soul would awaken to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find the mask drawing near, a harbinger of terror and a promise of an endless cycle of fear and death.